Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our series of The Ego Takes the Stand. We are in episode 9. This is the Tennessee versus Richard Merritt trial. Fraud, homicide, and the son who fled. So thank you all for joining us. Hellwriter, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And I see that YouTube is doing the handle thing again, where they're going back to your handle name. And again, that was to prevent fraud. We ran through that, I guess, about 2 or 3 months ago, and then it switched back. So you guys can change that if you want. You just go through YouTube Studio, and you can change that if you feel like it's encroaching upon your, your what's the word? Anyway, if you feel like it's encroaching upon you, you can go ahead and you can change that. Your privacy, I guess. So JRN05127. I can take my sunglasses off now that Chris has changed your shirt. Yes. All right. Hellwriter, yes. Sometimes it's coming up Hellwriter, other times it's coming up with the name at the end. So or with what do you call it? Your numbers. YouTube did that. And it is doing that, and they have been doing that, and they're rolling it out to different creators, different channels. It's to prevent fraud. I'm personally okay with it. You can go and you can change it in your studio. It's really not that big of a deal, although I know some people are disoriented by it, but you can always go and change that if you want. All right, Twinkle Bells, good to see you. Oh, yep, see there. So sometimes it's S, sometimes it's this. Sometimes it's SWT Amy, and sometimes it's Twinkle Bells. So go figure. You can always go and change it, though. Don't worry. You can go and change it. Kel, yep. Yeah, this guy is awful. Yes, he is. All right, let's get to it. All right, Georgia versus Richard Merritt. This happened. I know nothing about this case. I kind of remember it in the back, barely. But anyway, all right, so this happened February 1st of 2019. Shirley Merritt is the victim. That is his mother. Richard Merritt is the defendant. Malice is one of the counts, 2 counts of felony, 2 counts of aggravated assault, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. So we guess we know where this is going to go. The judge is Courtney Johnson. We have Helen Pott and Garrett Emerson are the prosecution, and Daryl Queen is a public defender. Richard Merritt was once a well-respected Atlanta area attorney, but his life unraveled after investigators discovered he had stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from his elderly clients. In early 2019, after pleading guilty to the theft and elder abuse charges, he was ordered to report to prison while living under his mother's supervision and wearing an ankle monitor. Seems like we can't get out of Georgia this week, right? But on the day he was supposed to surrender, his 77-year-old mother, Shirley, was found brutally stabbed to death in the basement of her DeKalb County home. Merritt cut off his ankle monitor and fled the state, sparking a nationwide manhunt that lasted 8 months until he was captured in Nashville, living under an alias. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, Hellwriter. What's up with Georgia? This week spotlight is on Georgia. It was like Wisconsin with Chaz and Paul, and now this with Lance, and now Merritt. This week it's spotlight is on Georgia. All right, you guys, play on crime. How exciting to be taking part in an Ego Takes the Stand episode. What fun. Yes. Dina, horrific, right? CJ says, haven't seen this, should be interesting. Yeah, so what we're going to do is, if you guys are new to the Ego Takes the Stand, what we do is we'll play a couple news clips, kind of get you the background. Me too. A lot of this is new to me, so I'm in the same boat as you guys are. So we're going to play a couple news clips, then we're going to do opening statements, then the Ego Takes the Stand, then we do closing statements, then we'll do verdict, and if appropriate, we will do the sentencing. So we don't know anything about this, so I asked for no spoiler alerts because this is a new trial to me, and I just don't want you guys to be dropping spoilers in there. Let's find out as we go along. So I would appreciate that. All right, let's get over here now that you know kind of the format. We can get JRN. What's his alias? Jim McIntyre? Maybe. Maybe. All right. Oh, now you're 2KB dead. I can't keep up with you, Kelly. I can't keep up with your name change. Am I struggling? I don't think so. Are you struggling? I'm not struggling. Are you struggling? Is this a show or something really happened? Yes, this really happened. This series is, we take people that have gone to trial and they've taken the stand, and to their detriment usually. So yes, this really happened. This is not a show. Although I appreciate you asking. All right, let's get to the first news clip. News clip number 1.
Nationwide manhunt for an ex-Georgia attorney. Get this, guys. He is accused of killing his mother. This is unimaginable. And because he is still out there on the run tonight, some of his former clients and even family members are very worried about their safety. We are here with Ashley Johnson tonight. Now, Ashley, this is a very disturbing story. A lot of these people may be thinking, I could be next. Where is this guy?
Aisha, absolutely. The U.S. Marshal's Office confirmed Merritt's ex-wife is living in a secret location, and nearly 24 former clients are living in a state of fear. Richard Merritt should be in prison. Instead, he's being hunted, wanted for killing his own mother.
How could you do this to us? We trusted you.
My name is Rich Merritt.
A family in fear.
We're terrified. We're terrified because of what we know he's capable of.
Richard Merritt's ex-wife tells NBC News he threatened them the day before his mother was killed.
Very expected to see this reaction from people where they're just like, if somebody can do that, what would they do to me?
Psychiatrist Dion Metzger describes what Merritt's former clients may be feeling.
Physical symptoms like feeling short of breath or just feeling overall tense, but just a heightened anxiety and just feeling more worried because you're always looking over your shoulder.
Merritt's brother is feeling the strain.
And we've got, a whole family that's concerned and frightened, and we have the victims who are being victimized again because they don't know where he is.
The U.S. Marshal and Cobb County Sheriff are not saying if any other victims or family members are being provided security. For them, closure won't come quickly.
Usually we don't see the full healing until they find them. That's usually just how it works. People don't feel settled completely until the person is found, they're behind bars.
Now, the scary part is Merritt could be anywhere because of his professional connections, likely desperate and dangerous.
Now, what else did his wife have to say? Because you would think that that's the person that is the most concerned in this whole thing. They've been through a lot already.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, actually, get this. She says he ran up close to $100,000 of debt on her credit card and pawned the handicap van needed for their daughter's wheelchair. Now, there is a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashley. We will continue to follow this until that guy is caught and behind bars. So if you've been following the news, you know.
Okay, that's the intro. So he racked up a bunch of fraud. He was under house arrest. Wow. All right. This promises to be an interesting ego takes the stand. Let's get to the next one.
And yes, I'm
Now let's get to our next clip.
angry because he's hurting people. He hurt the one person who held him up and helped him the most.
Well, now a Fox 5 I-Team exclusive. It's the murder and manhunt that the entire nation is talking about.
The brother of the disgraced lawyer suspected of killing their mother has issued a challenge. Man up and turn yourself in. Fox 5 senior I-Team reporter Dale Russell sat down one-on-one with Richard Merritt's only brother.
That was inside the home where the sibling's mother was murdered just 11 days ago.
That's right, Sinead. Very dramatic. Robert Merritt is Richard Merritt's older brother, and today was the funeral for the mother. His only brother is suspected of killing. He's understandably angry, confused, and shocked, and he has challenged his brother to put an end to the manhunt.
I'm not going to sit by silently while he terrorizes his family And these victims...
Robert Merritt sits in the living room of the home where his mother was murdered. And he has a message for the prime suspect, his younger brother Richard, the man now at the center of a nationwide manhunt.
You need to turn yourself in. You need to end this. You need to man up. You need to account for everything you've done.
The lies, the deceit. I trusted this person.
For 2 years, the Fox 5 I-Team investigated how more than a dozen victims said well-known Cobb County attorney Richard Merritt stole their settlement checks after handling their personal injury lawsuits.
A sentence of 30 years to serve 15 years.
In January, a Cobb County judge sentenced Merritt to 15 years in prison for stealing more than $450,000 from 17 different clients. But Merritt was given 2 weeks to get his affairs in order, despite pleas from his victims to lock him up immediately.
He's a con man. He is a professional criminal. And when he gets, if you let him out on the streets, he's just going to do it again.
His mother, Shirley, often came to court to support her son. She put up the money for his $440,000 bond. She let him live with her after his arrest. Robert says his mother adored her youngest son.
She was cooking him his favorite meal on the day he was to surrender. I don't understand what precipitated such heinous anger and violence.
Robert Merritt gave the Fox 5 I-Team an exclusive account of the final hours before his mother's murder.
So when I came in, I went over here.
When he entered his mother's home after her murder, he found place settings for 2, spaghetti noodles, and his mother's favorite red sauce on the stove, bread slathered with garlic butter, ready to be toasted.
It looked like they were going to have a nice meal together.
But something happened just steps away from the kitchen. In the basement, at the bottom of a stairwell, his mother was badly beaten and stabbed to death. Her body was found the next day by a relative.
I was just dumbfounded. I was totally shocked and totally... I just was unfathomable. It was just like, I felt like I had just woken up in a bad dream.
Robert Merritt doesn't understand what went wrong with a brother who had never shown any signs of violence growing up.
What happened? Dale, if I knew the answer to that, I don't even know. I don't even know how to speculate. I don't know if they got into an argument. I can't even conceive of what could have created the scene that occurred here.
Robert Merritt says his brother shaved his goatee in a bathroom sink, grabbed a handful of clothes from his bedroom, and took off in his mother's gray Lexus. Richard Merritt's report time was 5 p.m. We know Merritt headed northwest, right past the Cobb County Jail. A half hour before he was to turn himself in, he was captured by this truck stop surveillance camera in Cartersville. He had cut off his ankle monitor nearby. He was now a murder suspect on the run.
I don't understand the end game here. I don't understand how this ends positively. I cannot put my head, I can't comprehend, Dale. I don't get it. And yes, I'm angry because he's hurting people. He hurt the one person who held him up and helped him the most, who time after time after time stood by him.
Merritt had a goatee during sentencing but shaved it off. It is the same look he had when we covered his earlier bond hearing. Take a close look.
A year later.
And this is actually my brother.
Robert Merritt, a CDC scientist, was 9 years older than his brother. He admires the job his parents did raising 2 boys, but admits he's been estranged from both his mother and brother for more than 10 years. His father died years ago.
I was in shock. I couldn't even believe it.
He was devastated when he watched the Fox 5 stories of his brother's victims and felt terrible for the people. Now he has lost his mother and waits for someone, somewhere, to find his brother. And he wants his brother to know he will not be silenced.
This is not going to end well if you continue to run. You need to pay for the crimes that you've committed, for all those individuals that you pled guilty to, and now for allegedly brutally murdering our mother.
You ever going to be able to forgive him?
I don't know. The jury's out on that, I have to be honest. There's a lot of anger and pain and hurt.
Now, the U.S. Marshal Service has offered a $5,000 reward for Merritt's capture. Richard Merritt, Inspector Frank Limka says they've had possible sightings of Merritt all over the country. The stolen car has yet to be found, and he says Richard Merritt could be anywhere. Russ, Sine?
Yeah. It's such a dangerous situation because Richard has nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, and you can tell because of this murder that he's got to be feeling trapped. Something happened inside that house. Russ, it was very dramatic to see this just wonderful scene in the kitchen where the two appear to be ready to sit down and have lunch, and then her body found at the bottom of the steps, no more than 30 feet away. What happened? No sign of a struggle upstairs. No sign of any kind of fight upstairs. No sign of any violence upstairs. 30 feet away down those steps, she was murdered.
Well, the search continues, Dale. Thanks so much.
And we'll follow it.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right. So some of you are noticing that your handles you're coming up double, and YouTube is clearly going through something right now on our channel. Just YouTube being YouTube. All right, so focusing on this trial. So they sit down to have a spaghetti lunch, it seems like, and mom is at the bottom of the steps, stabbed and beaten. What happened? What happened? All right, we got two more quick news clips. So right now he's on the run. All right, so right now he's on the run, and they're trying to find him. So let's get to this next clip.
Looking guys came in. I mean, if they were shopping, they just looked like undercover police officers, not knowing they were U.S. Marshals.
This store employee says she was ringing up customers when she saw Richard Merritt be taken down by two U.S. Marshals.
It freaked my customers out. It freaked them out bad.
Merritt is a fugitive out of Georgia. He was sentenced back in January for theft, forgery, and elderly exploitation charges related to crimes committed against his former clients. I spoke with one of his former clients who says he cost her millions.
I hired Richard Merritt October 8th of 2012 to represent me in a $3 million medical malpractice case against a doctor in Cherokee County.
Cindy Shirley says that the statute of limitations on her case ran out because Merritt never filed a suit.
The doctors never got punished. There's victims out here who are still going through medical chronic illnesses because of these doctors, and Richard Merritt helped them all get off scot-free.
Merritt is also accused of killing his own mother after she was found stabbed to death the day after he cut off his ankle monitor and fled. Merritt is now behind bars after more than half a year on the run. His capture is a sight this employee says she'll never forget.
The one came from that way and one came from this way, but he was down low coming up. And then this one right here, when he came out of that aisle, he just threw the jacket and stood right here and told me to get down. No, nothing's gonna top this. No, that was it right there.
All right. So there we go. He got arrested. One more clip, and then we can get to opening statements. So one more clip. Oops, hold on. Oh, we are. Oh boy. Yep.
So we were immediately notified. I can't.
Of
the heinous crime that.
All right, guys, hold on. Looks like we're experiencing some internet issues, so just hang in there. Hang in there. We're experiencing some internet issues, so just hang in there. All right, I think we're back. Okay, here we go. This is his arrest.
2019 of the heinous crime that Mr. Merritt was a part of. So shortly after there, we went full board on the criminal investigation into trying to locate him. For the last 7 months, it was a nationwide investigation. We sent information, or basically lead requests, for our partners in Alaska, Mississippi, North Carolina, all across the country to try to locate him.
And are those states sort of those ones that you named off specifically? Was it thought he had connections there, some reason that he might be in those specific states?
Yeah, during the investigation, he had substantial ties throughout the country, so we were trying to exploit any information that we had to try to locate him.
And what is there difficulties targeting or tracking specifically a gentleman like Richard Merritt? That he's a lawyer, probably understands the law enforcement system better than your average citizen. He's got a little bit of money. He's got connections all over. Did that just complicate maybe one of the reasons that it took 7 months to find him?
It's always challenging when somebody knows the methods that you utilize as law enforcement to look for wanted individuals. So when they know that, they already have a jump start.
And then walk me through, as you're describing off camera, so the events leading to the actual arrest, suspicion that he might be in the Nashville area, sort of how'd that come about?
So we really had no information that he was in the Nashville area. We were still trying to identify where he could be. Basically, the case went cold. So about 3 in the morning on Friday, September 27th, we received a phone call from the Metro Nashville Police Department where they were investigating They got a tip from the Vanderbilt Police, University Police, about suspicious activity in the area. A concerned citizen had called and saw some suspicious individuals pulling door handles, basically entering an auto. They responded and ran all the vehicle tags that were associated with possible victims, and they uncovered that the vehicle that was in question, the tag didn't belong. Further investigation revealed that that vehicle was the one that Mr. Merritt was last seen driving.
And was what has he been doing for the last 7 months? Have we learned yet? Was he in the Nashville area the entire time? Has he been skipping it all across the place? Or?
We don't know what he was doing for the last 7 months, but for approximately the last couple weeks, we can prove that he was in the Nashville area. A search subsequent to the impound of the vehicle produced some information that would indicate that he was in the Nashville area for a couple months or a couple weeks.
Was he hiding? Do we have any idea? Was he living out of that car? Was he hiding out at a hotel or home or?
We believe he had an actual apartment. During the investigation, we immediately responded to the Nashville area, and with the assistance of the Middle Tennessee Nashville Marshal Service and the local law enforcement, we conducted a thorough investigation of the area where we believed he was located. And one of the establishments that we identified that he would frequent, which was a restaurant. So we staked out that area, and we observed an individual fitting the description walk right by.
And then, so he walks by, I understand, did the arrest itself, I think I saw, take place at a thrift store that he walked into?
It did. Okay. Mr. Merritt walked into a thrift store, and officers responded inside and identified him.
Okay. Do we have any details on the actual arrest? Did he try fleeing? Did he just give himself up once he saw you all closing in on him?
No, once our officers responded, they approached Mr. Merritt and asked him to get on the ground and identify himself, and he responded, "You know who I am."
Mm-hmm. What happens? I understand extradition hearings or proceedings probably have to take place. Do you guys have any timeline on when he might be heading back to the Georgia area, or do we know what the latest is up in the Nashville area?
So once he was arrested, he was transported to Davidson County Jail, and he would have to see the magistrate there for a first appearance. Depending on that timeline, he would be extradited back to Georgia.
And any reason, one way or the other, do we think the last 7 months, him being on the run, was he doing it all by himself? Was anyone helping him out there? Is there anyone sort of, I guess, that was assisting him? And
at this time, we don't have any information indicating anyone was assisting him.
Okay. And understand, he had the court proceedings here. He was headed to prison, kills his mom, and then he's on the run. Since those crimes happened, is there any reason to believe he committed other crimes along the way? Or?
We're not aware of any additional criminal activity by Mr. Merritt.
Okay. And I don't know if you guys have an opinion or can have an opinion on this. Is this a case where sort of law enforcement on your end, do you wish you would have been taken into custody when those court proceedings took place 7 months ago? So I'm assuming it took up a lot of resources for you all.
It took up a lot of resources, not just from local law enforcement, but he was a violent individual who was out on the run, and the entire safety of the community was in jeopardy.
All right, that cut off quickly. All right, let's get to it. So that's him being arrested in that thrift store. All right, now you guys know the backstory. You got the backstory. Let's get to the trial. Let us get to the trial of Robert Merritt.
with his actions.
All right, let me put myself over here. All right, here we go.
You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Richard Vincent Merritt, who is charged with murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. And a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. If this is your oath, please state, I will. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the state begins with its opening statement, I do want to bring something to your attention. We do have media coverage of the case going on in the courtroom this week and next week. The cameras are not to be pointed at you. They're here to capture the proceedings and not you, okay? So I don't want you all to be distracted by that or to be concerned about it. So please don't let that distract you from paying full attention to the evidence as it is being presented. And again, as I told you before we got started yesterday, if you are something that you hear or see makes you uncomfortable, that you think needs to be brought to my attention, please make sure that you do that as quickly as possible. Speak to one of the deputies and they will let me know that we need to address something, okay? So, all right. So we are now ready for the state to begin its opening argument. As I told you before, the state has the burden of proof in a criminal case, so the state has the right to speak to you first.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
On February 1st of 2019, the defendant, Richard Merritt, brutally and maliciously attacked and murdered the victim, Shirley Merritt. He used a kitchen knife to stab her multiple times in the back and the chest and the throat and the face. And then he picked up a 35-pound dumbbell, which he held above her head and bludgeoned her away. Then he left her body dead and bleeding and crumpled at the bottom of the stairs to her own basement. Shirley Merritt, the victim, was 77 years old at the time of her death. She was the defendant's very own mother. And his mother. And during the course of this trial, you are going to learn a lot about Shirley. And I think that the theme that you will see is that she was somebody who was always giving of herself. She could have retired years before, but because she loved her job in patient and family services at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, she continued to work there until the day of her death. She was the kind of person that if you were her friend and if it was your birthday, she would have made you one of her famous bundt cakes. She loved cooking meals for her family. She loved going to her grandson Jack's games and band concerts. But the person that she probably gave the most to was her youngest son, Richard. Now, the defendant had been an attorney here in the Atlanta area, and it was Shirley who gave him the funds to set up his own practice. On the outside, everything looked fine for the defendant. He was married to his wife, Janine, who was a veterinarian here in town. He had 2 kids, both of whom were in private school, and he had his own law practice. And was in court in Cobb County all the time. But it was discovered that he had violated the trust of his mother, of his wife, of his kids, and of many of his clients. Starting sometime in 2014-15, several of his clients started coming out of the woodwork, reporting that he was stealing from them. Cobb County investigated the charges and found that he had, in fact, stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars and defrauded many of his clients, most of whom were elderly. They charged him with a 34-count indictment with several counts of theft by taking, various degrees of forgery and exploitation of elderly victims. Finally, the defendant was arrested by Cobb County, and it was his mother, Shirley, who put up the money to bail him out of jail. Janine, having learned of this ongoing deception, asked for a divorce, and it was Shirley who opened the door to her home in Stone Mountain for the defendant to have a place to live. Now, as you learned during the course of this trial, Shirley was truly disappointed in her son. She was not pleased with his actions. But still, she was his mother, and she wasn't about to let him sit in jail or live on the street. Finally, on January 18th of 2019, exactly 2 weeks before the day of the murder, the defendant faced a Superior Court judge in Cobb County and entered a guilty plea to all 34 counts on the Cobb County indictment. The judge sentenced him to 15 years to serve. And for some reason, the judge decided to give him 2 weeks before he had to turn himself into the jail. He gave him 2 weeks to get his affairs in order before spending 15 years in the Department of Corrections custody. However, there were some caveats to that. First of all, the defendant had to wear an ankle monitor so that the court system could keep tabs on his whereabouts to prevent him from running. The defendant continued to live in Shirley's house during this period of time. And I'm going to tell you, Shirley was an emotional person, and she was distraught over the fact that her son had been convicted of these charges, and over the fact that her son was going to go away for some time. But still, she wasn't going to let him live on the streets for these 2 weeks. Shirley confided in a close family member who's going to testify. He's going to be the first witness the state calls today. His name is Mike Jeffcoat. Mike is a cousin of Shirley's husband. And even though Shirley's husband died several years before the murder, Shirley remained in close contact with him. They were exactly 10 years apart in age, and they just had a really good relationship. Mike Jeffcoat and his wife, Joan, lived in Birmingham. They still do. And Shirley would call him and text him, and you're going to see some of the distress in the text messages that she sent him during this 2-week period. Well, knowing that Shirley was going to likely be too emotional to drive her son to the jail, Jeffcoat suggested that he and Joan drive from Birmingham to Stone Mountain the morning of February 1st, which was the turning date, and that Mike would drive the defendants to Cobb County Jail, which is about 45 minutes away to an hour away, while Joan remained at home to keep Shirley company. They were even planning on spending the night because they didn't want Shirley to be alone. None of that ever happened. On the morning of February 1st, Mike Jeffcoat got what he considered to be a very uncharacteristic text message from Shirley. It said, "Mike, I wish you wouldn't come. Please come another weekend. Things are bad here." Mike was worried, but he knew that Shirley was somebody who was emotional, and he wanted to give Shirley and the defendant their privacy on that day. So he and Joan decided not to drive into Atlanta. Well, that text message was the last Mike Jeffcoat or anyone ever heard from Shirley. The next time Mike saw her was the next morning when he drove into Atlanta, went into her house, and found her dead at the bottom of the basement stairs. The defendant, in the meantime, never turned himself in to the Cobb County Jail at 5 o'clock, by 5 o'clock on February 1st. And by this time, he was gone, in the wind, not to be found until a nationwide manhunt uncovered him in Nashville, Tennessee, 8 months later. And we're going to talk about what he did during that period of time, during the course of the trial, and I'm going to get back to that in a few minutes. But let's go back to what happened to Shirley. The medical examiner found that she had been stabbed 4 times in the back, 1 time in the side. She had been stabbed under the right clavicle, in the neck, which severed her jugular and caused her to bleed out. She was stabbed several times in the face, and the force was so strong, ladies and gentlemen, that the blade, all the furniture was upright, there were valuables that had not been stolen. In fact, Shirley Merritt's purse was still on the scene, and it had blank checks in it. What's more, the 2 weapons that were used weren't something that somebody had brought in. They came from inside the house. The knife with a 9-inch blade was a kitchen knife that came right out of Shirley Merritt's own knife block on her kitchen counter. The dumbbell was in storage, waiting in her basement, and you're going to actually see the mark on the carpet where it had been resting prior to the defendant picking it up and killing his mother with it. What's more, you know what Shirley had been doing when she was attacked and killed? She was cooking the defendant his last meal before he had turned himself in to the jail that afternoon. Investigators found spaghetti and Shirley's famous bolognese sauce, hot and cooking on the stove, along with a salad that she is about to toss and a loaf of garlic bread that she had just gotten out of the oven with the knife that he used to kill her. Where was the defendant all this time? Well, he went into hiding, but he wasn't hiding under a rock. He drove off out that day, and he went, we don't know where he went, but we know where he ended up. He went to Nashville, Tennessee, and he started a whole new life. He met people out there. He got a job at a bar. He started online dating, and in fact, met a woman who he started a relationship with. But just like his clients, and just like his wife and his kids and his mother, he lied to her as well. Because he lived under an alias the entire time he was out in Tennessee. And you know what? I'm going to tell you now, it's a ridiculous alias. So ridiculous that I'm not even going to tell you what it is. You'll hear it when the witnesses testify, and you're going to see the fake driver's license that he made with that name on it. He was arrested 8 months later, on September 30th of 2019 by Gerard Hunt and his team with the U.S. Marshals on this after a nationwide manhunt. You know how they found him? He was driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus that he had stolen from her garage after he killed her. A few things I want to go over. First of all, something that's really important in this case is the timeline. And investigators were able to put together a very precise timeline. In fact, we know where the defendant was almost every minute of February 1st of 2019 because we have something that we don't have in a lot of homicide cases. As I told you, when the judge in Cobb County gave the defendant 2 weeks to turn himself in, he ordered him to wear an ankle monitor. So we're able to put tabs on the defendant's whereabouts almost the entire day until he cut his monitor off. That morning, the defendant woke up at his mother's house on Planters Row. Excuse me. He left the home at 8 a.m. His daughter, who is disabled, had an appointment with a neurologist, and the defendant agreed to go. It was kind of his last goodbye to his daughter, Mia, and he met his then wife, now ex-wife, Janine, there. It was a doctor's appointment in Sandy Springs. He returned to the house on Planters Row at 9:38 that morning. Just 1 minute later, Mike Jeffcoat got, again, what he considered to be a suspicious, uncharacteristic text from Shirley Merritt saying, things are real bad here, don't come. Now, you're going to see the text messages. They are a screenshot. The time on the text message actually says 8:39 a.m., but remember, that was... So he's going to explain to you that he actually did receive that at 8:39 a.m. Birmingham time, but it was actually 9:39 a.m., what would be considered Atlanta time. The defendant leaves the residence, according to the ankle monitor records, at 2:30 p.m. So we know that sometime between 9:38 and 2:30, Shirley started making lunch. She set the table for two, put the pot of bolognese sauce on the stove, cooked the spaghetti, but that meal was never touched. Because between those times, between 9:38 and 2:30, the defendant was at the house, and sometime during those hours, he killed Shirley Merritt. The defendant leaves the residence at 2:30 and he travels north up to Norcross. He stops at a Kroger just for a couple of minutes, probably to gas up on the way, and he arrives at a QT station in Norcross at 2:52 p.m. Detectives pulled the surveillance camera from that QT station, and you're going to have a chance to watch it during the course of that trial. And you know what's really interesting about that is that the defendant isn't in his own car, which had been left at the scene, and you'll see it in photographs. He's driving Shirley Merritt's Lexus. It's kind of a dark gray color, kind of crossover SUV. It will be the second vehicle that you see pull into the QT entryway. You're going to see the defendant get out of the car. He is wearing a green shirt. It has a design on it that says Ecuador. He walks into the service station. He buys a couple of waters, a candy bar, pays cash, and then he leaves. He then travels west on I-285, and he travels north on I-75. At 4:12, the defendant exits I-75 onto the Cass White Road exit, and at 4:14, the ankle monitor company gets the alert that he has cut off his ankle monitor. Steve Queen, who worked with CS DSRP, which is the security company that was monitoring the ankle monitors at that time, he received the alert immediately. He happened to be up in the Cartersville area. He lived up there, so he called the police. They rushed to that pilot truck stop where the GPS was pinging, but they were 14 minutes too late. They found the ankle monitor. They did not find Richard Merritt. He had cut the ankle monitor with some kind of knife or instrument and thrown it out in a garbage can under a pizza box at a pilot truck stop. At 5 o'clock, the defendant had been ordered to turn himself into the Cobb County Jail, but he never did. He was long gone by then. Well, by this time, Mike Jeffcoat and some other family members had tried to communicate with Shirley. After 5, they got a call from the Cobb County Sheriff's Department learning that the defendant never turned himself in, and realizing that they had not heard from Shirley, they got really concerned. So they started calling 911 here in DeKalb County. Officers, Sergeant John O'Bester and Officer Ashley Nelson from the DeKalb County Police Department went out to Shirley's house, and you know what they found? They didn't find any signs of forced entry. They found that all of the windows were intact. There had been no signs of tampering. The garage door was closed, and let me tell you, they tried to get into that house. They arrived there at 5:39 p.m. and were there for actually a couple of hours. They looked into the windows. They didn't see any kind of signs of a struggle, but what they did see is Shirley Merritt's purse just sitting there, which they found to be very strange. They also saw the defendant's car. It was a black Honda. It was a car that Shirley had bought for him after she posted bond for him, and it was out in the driveway. Well, at this point, everyone was concerned and really worried for Shirley. Mike Jeffcoat made the decision the next morning to wake up early and drive from Birmingham to Georgia. He was able to get a key from the defendant's ex-wife for Shirley's house. He went in, and that's when he saw Shirley laying in the basement. He called 911 on February 2nd at 9:28 a.m., and that's when they arrived and started to investigate. A couple of things that I do want to go over about this case. First of all, we sent some items to the crime lab. We sent 3 items to the crime lab. One was the handle that had come off the knife that was used to kill Shirley. One was the dumbbell that had been used to bludgeon her in the head. We sent them off for fingerprints and for DNA testing. The results didn't show that the defendant didn't have his hands on those items. They were just inconclusive, which is kind of what was expected because of the materials that these items were made out of. They weren't like fabric, which would be something that would collect and hold on to DNA cells. So they just weren't able to get enough DNA cells off that dumbbell to sufficiently test. And it wasn't like the knife was made out of glass, which is something that would be able to kind of maintain fingerprints. They just weren't able to get anything off of them. Again, the lab technicians are going to explain this to you. They're going to say, listen, this doesn't mean that the defendant hadn't held these items. You're also going to hear that when Shirley Merritt's autopsy was performed, she had a clump of hair in her right hand. We sent those off to the lab as well. They were both microanalyzed, and their DNA was compared. All of the hairs that could be compared to Shirley Merritt's known hair were her known hair. And it makes sense because, as you will see, when she was found, she was crumpled up at the bottom of the stairs with her hands at her head, having been stabbed in the face. Another thing, you're going to see a lot of exhibits, hear the testimony of several witnesses. I'm just going to tell you now, the exhibit numbers are not going to be in order, and I am not going to publish every exhibit on this screen. And that is for the privacy and for the sake of Shirley and her family, some of whom are sitting in court today. However, when you go out into deliberations, you will have the chance to see them. Finally, I know you guys, you all are probably sitting here wondering, what is it that I said that made them put me on this jury? And I'm going to tell you right now. It's not a secret. It's not some one thing that you said. You all are here because when we questioned you yesterday, you seem like the kind of folks who think using common sense. And that is your greatest asset as a juror. As you listen to the testimony and as you view the exhibit, I am going to ask them that you view them through the lens of common sense, which is what the law is going to ask you to do. And when you do, it's going to be very clear to you that the defendant is guilty of all these crimes. Because the facts of this case are very straightforward. I'm not saying that this is going to be an easy trial. We're going to throw a lot of testimony and a lot of exhibits at you. And you're going to be here listening to several witnesses during the course of the next few days. You're going to hear some heartbreaking things. And you're going to see some ugly, brutal photographs. But it all boils down to common sense. So please keep that in mind as you listen to these witnesses and review the evidence. Because if you do, I am confident that after reviewing all of the evidence in this case, you will come back with a verdict of guilty to malice murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of felony murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of aggravated assault, and finally, a verdict of guilty to possession of a knife during the commission of a crime. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone here wishes that she did not have her life taken and her fate taken from her. It is a tragedy. You are here with us today to decide the case of the state versus Mr. Merritt. You are here to decide Mr. Merritt's fate, the son of Shirley Merritt. You are going to be presented with evidence and witnesses in this case. You will listen, you will learn, and you will scrutinize all of those things. And I ask that you do so. And I ask that when Mr. Queen gets up here in a few days, stands before you, and asks that you find Mr. Merritt not guilty, that you do so. Because that is what the evidence will show you. And that is what the truth demands. Now, I expect over the next few days that the state will come before you just as it has today and focus your attention on the things that they want you to see. They will funnel you to the facts that they want to present. They will focus your attention on the narrow time frame at the end of January 2019 and the beginning early days of February 2019. They will do so to try to deflect from the weeks and months before that. They will narrow your attention to the mistakes that Mr. Merritt made, but not the bigger picture surrounding them. And they will present you, as they did today, with numbers. They will narrow you into the numbers to try to deflect from the science and the facts that they do not have. They will focus you on those few days at the end of January and the beginning of February 2019. Those days in which Mr. Merritt was to turn himself in on a sentence on February 1st. The days of January 30th and January 31st when Mr. Jeffcoat, Miss Shirley Merritt's husband's cousin, was making communications with Mr. Merritt and Mrs. Merritt about the accommodations for them. They will focus you in on those days and not the bigger picture and days leading up to that. They will focus you in on those days and the mistakes of Mr. Merritt, but not what's surrounding it. So let's talk a little bit about the case and the sentence of February 2nd. You will hear that Mr. Merritt was an attorney. And during his time as an attorney, he made mistakes. Mistakes that he is not avoiding. Mistakes that he admitted to. During his time, he took money from his clients. And what the state will try to distract you from is those individuals a part of that case. That case involved a number of families and people who had money taken from them. It involved individuals who were upset, understandably. They were angry. They had their lives altered, their dreams taken from them, and they were angry. You will hear evidence that they were vocal about it. You will hear evidence, I expect, that it went beyond words, that it went into actions, that it went into fear-inducing and stalking behavior. That is the evidence the state will try to distract you from, but I urge you to look at. They will try to do so by, again, redirecting your attention to Mr. Merritt's mistakes. Mistakes that Mr. Merritt admitted to. Mr. Merritt came before a court and voluntarily pled guilty. He admitted his wrongs, all of them. And he lost his bar license, and he signed up for a lengthy prison sentence. We are not trying to deflect from that. He admitted to that. But the state will try to draw your attention to that and not the individuals and the circumstances and the atmosphere that Mr. Merritt and his family were going through from that case. They will then try to narrow your attention on the numbers as they have today. They will present you with times of text messages, times of leaving the house or going to arraignments. They will present you with coordinates, location coordinates for where people were, or addresses of Mrs. Merritt, addresses of Janine Minicozy, his ex-wife, and their family, addresses where Mr. Merritt was residing when he was trying to survive and when he was trying to stay under the radar. They will present you with these numbers and narrow you in on these numbers because they are trying to distract from the science and the facts that they do not have. Some of you may be familiar with fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that this case is similar to that fairy tale, and it is not far from it. In that fairy tale, there are weavers who are going to make clothes for an emperor. And if you know this fairy tale well, you will know they do not make clothes. They are attempting to weave clothes out of nothing. I submit to you that what you will see in this case is that the state is trying to weave a story to you out of nothing. What is this nothing? What will you not have that you need to see? You will have no forensic evidence in this case. There will be no fingerprints on the knife handle that the state presents to you that match Mr. Merritt. There will be no fingerprints of Mr. Merritt on the dumbbell you are presented with. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on either of those items. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on Ms. Shirley Merritt. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on those items. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt on his mother. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt around this scene. You will also hear that Mr. Merritt voluntarily gave his DNA to be considered in this case. But that will not be found. You will have no forensic evidence implicating Mr. Merritt in this murder. You will be presented with no electronic evidence in this case. I expect that you will hear testimony that a number of electronics were collected. Desktops, laptops, cell phones, iPads. There will be no information on any of those tied back to Mr. Merritt in this case. There will be no incriminating search history, no searches to try to destroy evidence. None of that will be presented to you because it's not there. You will hear from a number of family members, but you will not hear that there was an argument between them in the days coming up or the times that they were living together for months. Most importantly, you will not hear any testimony that Mr. Merritt was violent. I anticipate that you're going to hear from his ex-wife. You will not hear that he was violent towards her. You will not hear that he was ever violent towards his children. The state has told you that you will hear from a girlfriend of Mr. Merritt. You will not hear any testimony from her that he was violent. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear any testimony that he was ever violent with his mother. You will hear none of this in this case because it doesn't exist. Over the next several days, I ask and urge you to not only look at what is there, but what is not there, what is not presented to you. Consider that Mr. Merritt is not guilty. Thank you.
All right, so that is opening statements. So now let's get over to the main event, which is why we're all here. The ego takes the stand. So let's get over here. So we've watched news reports, we've heard opening statements. Now let's hear it in his own words.
Robert can.
So here we are. The main event. Tasha, just tuning in, and what? Yeah, exactly. This one's going to be an interesting one. So here he is. This is why we're here. The ego takes the stand.
Next, Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Richard Merritt to the stand. Sir, do you swear affirm the testimony of the court that will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, Mr. Merritt.
Richard Vincent Merritt.
And Mr. Merritt, where were you born?
Fort Belvoir, Virginia.
Did you grow up in Virginia?
Well, initially, for the first 3 years of my life there, my father was in the Air Force. He was career Air Force. He actually retired as a bird colonel after 24 years of service. But at the time I was born, we were stationed there. I believe it was at the Pentagon. We stayed there for about 3 years. When I was 3 years old, we moved to Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. Stayed there for another 3 years and went back to D.C., where we stayed until I was 13 when my father retired. And at that point, he took a job with McDonnell Douglas, which back then was one of the world's largest military aircraft manufacturers. We went and lived overseas in Saudi Arabia for 2 years. At that time, you could not attend school past the 9th grade in Saudi Arabia, so I came back and actually went my sophomore year at the Paideia School here in DeKalb County. And then my dad was transferred to St. Louis to company headquarters, where I spent my junior and senior year of high school. So I moved around a lot.
What's your father's name?
He went by Ken, but his full name was Robert Kenneth Merritt.
And when did your father pass?
He passed away in November of 2000.
And obviously, your mother's name was?
Shirley.
Do you have a brother?
I do.
And what's your brother's name?
Robert Kenneth Merritt II.
And is there an age gap between the two of you?
About 9 years.
Who's older, who's younger?
My brother would be the older one.
Now, growing up, what was the dynamics of the family? Was it just the four of you?
It was just the four of us. As I just mentioned, we moved around a lot. That was primarily when my brother had already gone off to college. He was in college by the time I was 3rd or 4th grade. So, but the dynamic when he was still around or came to visit was, we had a very traditional, conservative Southern military household. My father was, as I said, career military. He went on to be a successful businessman. My mother sold real estate, was very good at it. With her personality and natural intelligence, she was a star at it. And, my brother and I, we got along. My father definitely ruled the roost. He was the boss, but my mother certainly had her say too. It was definitely a partnership.
Now, when did you guys move to 1590 Planters Row?
My parents bought that house in the summer of 1993. That would have been the end of my freshman year at the University of Georgia.
Now, is that where you went for undergrad?
Yes, I went to UGA.
And did you graduate from UGA?
I did.
What did you major?
I was a double major in English and political science, basically pre-law.
And did you go to law school?
I did.
And where did you go to law school?
I went to law school at Mississippi College School of Law in Jackson, Mississippi.
Now, while you were in undergrad, did you meet a certain lady?
I met a certain lady. Her name was Janine Minicozy. I met Janine when she was a freshman and I was a junior. About a year and a half, maybe a little bit more than a year and a half older than her. But we met through we met through a mutual friend.
And how long did you date before you got married?
Well, early on, we dated off and on as kids do at Georgia, just enjoying the scene there in Athens. But as I proceeded into my senior year, it was, I guess, spring quarter of my senior year, getting ready to graduate, we became more serious and decided we wanted to stay in a committed relationship.
Now, by the time, what year did you get married?
We got married in 1999, about a week after I graduated law school.
And during that time, was she a veterinarian yet?
No, I believe she started her first year of vet school either my second or third year of law school, because she was still had a couple years to go when I graduated law school.
Now, by this time, when you got married, was your father still around?
Yes, he was.
And what year did he pass?
2000, about a year after we got married.
So during this time, did your mom help you out?
Yeah, they both did. At the time, I took me 3 attempts past the bar. I passed it the 3rd time. I failed the first 2 times. I did thankfully have a job as a project manager with a local internet company, so I didn't have the pressure of needing the license, although it certainly would have been nice to get that under my belt right away. But yeah, there were times when my parents helped us here and there while she was still in school, sure.
And after your father passed, what was the relationship between you and your mother?
Well, after my dad died, it was, as you can imagine, just my brother and I and our immediate family. We are close to a lot of extended family, had a lot of close friends. But in terms of our family, it was obviously just my brother, Mom, and I, and we were close.
So what year did you and Janine get married?
1999.
And did the two of you have kids?
Yes.
And who are the kids?
The firstborn is our son, Jack, and our secondborn is our daughter, Mia.
Now, Jack, you've heard a little bit about him. Were you involved in his life?
Absolutely. Jack was the kind of son that every father wants to have. He was smart. He was a sensitive kid. He was creative. He was handsome. He was athletic. He was everything you wanted somebody to be. Just a real strong, special child. And he was my pal. I mean, we did everything at an early age. We went fishing. When he got older, we played a lot of golf. We went on trips, father-son trips. We went on trips with other dads and their sons that we were friends with. I went to all of his school activities, helped coach his baseball team, helped out with football. As I said, it was those big things that brought us closer, but it was the little things as well. Just going to Target or hopping in the truck and going for a drive, or things of that nature as well.
Now, Mia, I understand she has a disability. What's her disability?
Yes, Mia has cerebral palsy, and we did not know that she had a disability until she's about a year or so old. She was not reaching her milestones as the pediatrician wanted her to, and upon further testing, they realized that she had a form of cerebral palsy.
So did you and your wife have to put her in programs or anything?
Yes, I mean, she required special schooling, special therapies. As she got older, she required speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. She had a walker and a wheelchair at a young age, and obviously as she grew bigger and taller and stronger, she had bigger walkers and bigger wheelchairs. But she's always going to require the aid of one of those devices and always going to require therapy. She's had a couple surgeries to help her perhaps walk better. She can't walk without the aid of a walker, and her speech is slurred and her development is delayed.
Now, were you involved with her therapies and in progress along with your wife?
Yes, as much as I could be. I mean, when I opened my firm in 2002, as you can imagine, is extremely busy. I was running my cases, trying to get new clients, attending court. It was just me to start off with. So those early years, I couldn't be at every single thing. That was the case when I was at a large firm before I opened up my own firm. So I went to everything I reasonably could, but certainly I couldn't be at everything. But the things I couldn't attend, we certainly talked about after the fact because I wanted to be involved in her life.
And you mentioned your practice. What type of law did you practice?
Well, in 2010, I opened up my own law firm, and before that I had been at a large law firm in Buckhead, but I've always been a litigator, primarily civil litigation, mainly personal injury, wrongful death, medical malpractice, and business litigation. When I opened up my own firm, I also did a little bit of criminal defense. I really didn't do felony work. I did a lot of DUIs, things of that nature.
Now, during this time, around 2010, and as the practice grew, what type of lifestyle were you and Janine living?
When the firm opened in 2010? Mm-hmm. Well, we were a very sociable couple. We lived in a very diverse neighborhood in Smyrna, within walking distance to downtown Smyrna, where a lot of the restaurants and whatnot were at. The neighborhood was primarily people like us, two professionals, small kids, so there were a lot of children the same age as our children's ages. We got together for barbecues. We went to events together. We had each other over at each other's houses. There were a lot of sleepovers for the kids. Kids played baseball together in the local Smyrna Little League. So there's always something going on, whether it was a neighborhood event or going to some sort of a lawyer event or an event associated with her veterinary practice. We were out and about.
Now, by this time, your father's passing, did anyone else live at 1590 Plaintiff Road besides your mother?
No.
And up until her death, did anyone else live there besides you?
No.
Now, during this time, 2010, 2015, what was your relationship with your kids and your wife?
In 2010?
2010 to 2015. How was the family dynamic?
The only way to describe my family dynamic and my marriage was it was a dream. We were happy. We were fun-loving. We laughed a lot. You know, Janine and I did a fair amount of traveling. We were always doing things with the children. We didn't like to sit around and watch TV. We weren't that type of couple. We weren't sedentary by any means. I was always trying to promote her career, and she was promoting mine. A lot of times we'd find out that we had clients in common and didn't even know it. And it was just a very idyllic way to live, to be married and to raise kids, to be in a place that you enjoyed, around people you enjoyed, and to be building something, to be building a future.
Now, in 2018, what happened?
In 2018, I was arrested in Cobb County for multiple counts of theft, forgery, and there were some counts also of elder exploitation because I did steal money from some elderly folks.
Now, your arrest, was that a big deal in Cobb County?
Yes, it was a big deal in Cobb County. Just a little bit of background. I was one of the few lawyers in Smyrna, and Smyrna has grown a lot since I started my practice in 2010, but it was right on the little village square across from the courthouse. I was the only firm there. That was part of why I picked that area, because I saw a need. I wanted to be the local lawyer that people went to first for help, and it was a very successful vision. And so the practice grew. And when things went south quickly and I got arrested several years later in 2018, it was a shock to our neighbors, the local community, and to the Cobb County Bar.
Now, when you got arrested, how many times did you get arrested?
Actually, the first time I got arrested in connection with the Cobb County fraud was in April of 2017. It was shortly after spring break that year. We had just gotten back, and I had a letter from the Cobb County Magistrate Court telling me that I needed to appear at a warrant application hearing. And what that basically means is somebody has taken out a warrant for your arrest, and a judge has to determine if there's probable cause or not. So this hearing was on a Monday morning, and I went to the hearing. It happened to be two of the older ladies who were victims in the main arrest in January of 2018. They had taken out a warrant for one account of theft by conversion, alleging I'd stolen $70,000 of their settlement money. We had the hearing, and the judge found that there was probable cause. So the judge said, well, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000, and I will give you until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to appear at the Cobb County Jail. I left court. When I saw Janine that night, I told her, as soon as I saw her, after the kids were in bed, I said, I need to tell you something. She said, what? I said, I have a warrant for my arrest. And I explained to her what it was. I said, I don't know the extent of it. I know they're claiming I stole $70,000. Need to figure out more about it. But in the meantime, I need to appear at the Cobb County Jail tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And so the next morning, she went with me early to James Bond Bonding Company, one of the bonding companies up there off of County Services Road. And we filled out the bond paperwork. She was the surety on the bond and paid the $200 some odd down, which is the 10% of the $2,000. And I turned myself in at the Cobb County Jail shortly before 9 o'clock and was out by 2 o'clock that afternoon.
So the first time she bonded you up?
Correct. Janine knew that I had been accused of a felony theft. She knew that I had booked in and out of the Cobb County Jail, and that was the last we ever discussed it until I was arrested along with everybody else, all the other victims, I should say, in January of 2018.
So the second time, did she providing assistance to get you out of jail?
No, she did not. To say she was less than pleased would be a vast understatement. I was driving to deliver papers to somebody the morning of January 31st, 2018. Several months earlier, I had voluntarily surrendered my bar license. The bar had been investigating this. I knew what was coming, and it was just odd to me that I had never received an invitation from a detective to talk about it or anything like that. They just built their case, and then wham, there it was. So that's how they chose to proceed. But I was arrested on January 31st. I was, as I said, going to deliver some papers. Cobb County Sheriff's Deputy SUV pulled up behind me, blue lighted me. I pulled over in a Taco Bell parking lot, and several unmarked Crown Vics appeared as well. I didn't learn until several hours later the scope and extent of what I was being charged with. I reached out to her from the jail. I knew based on my experience as a lawyer that I would not be bonding out in the next few weeks, and sure enough, did not have a formal bond hearing before a Superior Court judge until about 2 weeks later. But Janine was very upset, didn't understand what was going on, which is certainly understandable. I frankly didn't know the extent of what was going on, although I had a pretty good idea, and that was her reaction at the beginning of that whole process.
So that case, how many victims were there?
There were 15 victims and 34 felony counts.
And you mentioned, how long did you sit in jail waiting to go to court?
It's about 2 weeks, maybe a little less.
And did you end up having to hire a lawyer on that case?
I did.
And who was your lawyer?
David Willingham.
And were you able to pay him, or did somebody else pay him?
At that time, funds were extremely tight and limited. I was in the Cobb County Jail. Janine was scrambling to try to make sense of what was going on and take care of the children. So my mother graciously offered to assist with his initial fee payment.
And what was your mother's general demeanor and feelings at this time?
My mother was upset. She was disappointed. She raised me better than that. And she had every right to be upset with me. It was a disgrace. And there's no excuse for my behavior. But she was upset. But at the same time, I was her son. She truly did believe that one should hear out all sides of a situation before making an opinion. And she gave me the benefit of the doubt. And her goal was to help me get out, and then I would get a very stern talking to once out. But her goal at the time was just to support me and try to help me get up the bond money.
How much was your bond?
The bond was $400,000. The down payment for the bond in order to actually get me out was 10%, so that would have been $40,000.
How was that?
My mother, it took about 2 months, but what she ended up doing was taking out a home equity line of credit, basically a second mortgage on her home, in order to come up with the $40,000.
So ultimately, how much time lapsed between your getting a bond and getting out of jail?
I believe it was about 65 or 66 days.
And what were the conditions of the bond?
Well, the bond conditions were as follows. I was to have a curfew of 5 p.m. to 8 a.m., which meant obviously I had to be back at her address. I had to live at her address, first of all. That was the first bond condition. Second condition was I had a curfew of, as I mentioned, 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. So I had to be back by 5 p.m. and I couldn't leave the next morning till, it was 8 a.m., 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Obviously, I had to reside at her home in 1590 Planters Row in Stone Mountain, DeKalb County. I wasn't to drink any alcohol, do any drugs without a prescription, not to break any laws of the state of Georgia, pretty standard stuff. They also had me surrender my passport within the first 24 hours of release, which I did, and I was required to wear an ankle monitor.
Now, once you were released, what was the relationship between you and your wife?
It was very contentious. She felt that I had led a double life. She didn't understand why I took money from these people. She was upset. She was shocked. We went from having an idyllic life to having nothing. Despite my urges to try, it was decided that she didn't want to stay in the home, so we let the house go. It was a very nice house that we loved and had lived in and raised our children in and planned to stay in a long time. So the house was gone. She decided to move into a rental home in East Cobb and Marietta, where the public schools are quite good. And my son had attended the Lovett School, which is a private school, but he wasn't going to be able to go there anymore. My daughter went to public school because of her disability, so thankfully she could attend school wherever she wanted, based on having a disability. But it was a major upheaval. I mean, overnight it was as if a bomb went off in our lives.
And at some point in time, did she file for divorce?
Very quickly. She filed for divorce 4 days into my arrest.
And did that divorce ultimately, was it completed?
Yes, the divorce was finalized, I believe, third week of June 2018. And I didn't fight her on the divorce. I understood her emotions. I understood the reasons for it. I certainly didn't want her to be accused of having any part of my misdeeds, because I truly did act alone. She wasn't involved. I think early on some folks may not have believed that, but it turned out that the divorce not only was what she wanted emotionally, but perhaps helped out in segregating, my behavior from, obviously her not having an involvement.
Now, after your release, what was your relationship with your kids?
My son was 14 and a half at the time, and as I said, we were very close, and he had me up on a pedestal like a lot of boys do their father, and he was upset with me. He yelled at me, he ignored me, he cried, he was hurting.
There's no relevance to his kids' feelings.
We've heard from Dr. Minacosi, and she went into detail about the things that the son felt, things that the son did, and things the son told her during this time period.
But that doesn't make it relevant. So how is this relevant?
Judge, I'm involved.
All right.
But your mother, by this time you're living with your mother.
Yes.
And you're out of jail.
Correct.
What was your relationship with her?
She wasn't pleased with my behavior. She was embarrassed. But at the same time, she was willing to give me a chance, give me a place to live, help me survive. I mean, I really didn't have much other than my personal effects and an old pickup truck, literally. So she opened up her home to me, and it was strange being back under her roof at, I guess I was 43, 44 years old when all this went down. But after the first several days and weeks, we got into a routine, and it was fairly normal under the circumstances.
Did you and your mother argue, fight?
My mother's a very strong-willed person. I believe the term firecracker was used, and that is a very good term. I would throw another one out there. She's a steel magnolia. My mother is a strong Southern woman, and she had no problem telling me what I thought, what she thought, rather, down to what I wore, to my opinions on certain things. But it was certainly not toxic. We were both opinionated people. We spoke our minds. But we also laughed a lot and spent a lot of time together. So there was nothing abnormal to me or her about it.
Now, as your criminal case made its way through the process, did you start to feel some external pressures?
You mean as we got closer to sentencing. Yes, it was a very odd time. Starting in, I would say, right around the 1st of January 2019, my sentencing hearing had been set way back in September of 2018. I actually wanted to plea earlier and get on with it and get on down the road to prison, but the DA at the time in Cobb County wasn't ready yet. He wanted to make sure there weren't any more victims, which was fine. It's certainly his prerogative. So there weren't any more victims, and then the plea date was set for September. In September, the plea date was set for January 18th of 2019, a Friday. And right about the 1st of January 2019, my mother's house kind of sits up on a cul-de-sac, and you can see the whole cul-de-sac. And I saw an abnormal amount of cars pulling slowly through, stopping in front of our home. My mother noticed the same thing. I began receiving hang-ups on my cell phone, numbers I didn't recognize. Some said unknown number, but area codes and numbers I didn't know. My mother was receiving the same thing. She showed me her phone, wanting to know if I knew who these numbers were, and I didn't. And this seemed to go on with some frequency up until January 14th of 2019.
Now, during this time, were you speaking with your wife?
Yes, of course.
And likewise, does she have concerns?
I believe, if I recall correctly, she did. The victims in this case have been characterized, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, I'm just trying to answer truthfully and honestly. The victims have been characterized as...
Objection, Your Honor. What the victims have been characterized as is not relevant. I don't know if that's hearsay or where he's coming up with this, but I don't believe that that's relevant.
And they're not victims in this case. There's one victim in this case.
Correct.
So how is this testimony relevant?
I'll move forward.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Now, were you your father?
Yes.
And did you ever feel that maybe somebody was out to get you?
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Now let's talk about, at some point in time, as we've seen, Resident 1, a cartoon arrived.
Yes.
And what day was that?
That was January 14th, 2019.
And who received that cartoon?
That cartoon was received at my mother's home at Planters Row in DeKalb County. It was personally delivered in her mailbox and discovered by her.
Did you have discussions with her about it?
Right away. I believe, on my way to work. I was working at a warehouse at the time, and I received a call from her informing me of receipt of this cartoon, and she was upset. And literally, as I hung up with her, I received a call from my ex-wife, Janine, who you've heard from, and she was upset. And what was concerning to me, because it was directed at me as well, not only in the substance of the cartoon, but obviously had to deal with something I was involved in Cobb County. What concerned me was that these are copies of the same cartoon being delivered 40 miles apart, two different counties, with a county or two in between these counties. And it was a concerted effort, whoever delivered them.
Now, within a day or so, what happened to your mother?
Well, actually, it started the night that she received the cartoon. I got back, and she was upset. She started feeling dizzy, having difficulty breathing, having chest pain, and she just was very concerned about the cartoon, about the effect on Janine and the kids. And I should add that Janine felt as if, well, she didn't feel, she was quite adamant that she was keeping my son Jack home from school the next day and she wasn't going to go to work. And she had called somebody at the Cobb County DA's office or sheriff's office, and I'm not sure which, to inform them of it. And my mother was concerned that they weren't going to do anything, and in fact, they didn't. So there was definitely concern on both sides. My mother had these symptoms. She decided that she needed to go to the ER. Well, I had the ankle monitor on, and the curfew had been moved back to midnight because I had started a job at Petco Warehouse up in Gwinnett County, and in order to make my hours, I had to be able to get the curfew moved back, which my pretrial officer, basically my probation officer, was happy to do because they want you to have a job. So long story short, I wasn't still going to be able to drive her because my mother really didn't make the decision to go to the hospital until probably 10:30, 11 that night. There's no way I could take her there, drop her off, and get back and not be in violation of my monitor. So she was able to drive herself. They admitted her, and I think she was admitted at early morning hours of the 15th, and she was discharged sometimes on the 16th.
Now, after she was discharged, did your mom still have concerns?
It was all we talked about. She got back home that Wednesday when I first encountered her. I remember distinctly sitting at the kitchen table. We were a kitchen table family, so discussions were had at the kitchen table or around the kitchen counter, around the island where the sink was. So we talked about it. And back a few days earlier on Monday, I had taken a picture of the cartoon on my phone and sent it to my lawyer, David Willingham, so he was aware. And if I'm not mistaken, he received a copy as well as something else.
That's speculative hearsay. I don't know that he has personal knowledge of it.
And Mr. Queen, this has turned into a lot of narrative. So you need to either ask some specific questions or instruct your client to confine his answers to the questions that are asked. So I'll sustain the objection.
Yes, ma'am. So, what did your mother do in response to the cartoon as it relates to the attorney, Mr. Willingham?
She began to draft a letter to Mr. Willingham.
And to your knowledge, was that letter delivered?
To my knowledge, it was.
On what day was this? What day? What was January 15, 16, 17? What day were we?
I remember her showing me a draft of the letter quite soon after she got home because my mother was the type of person to handle stuff while it was fresh on her mind. So she showed me a draft of it. I said, do whatever you want, send it. And I have no reason to think that's not what happened, and it did in fact happen.
Now, what day was you sent to you?
Friday the 18th.
And how did that go?
It was quite an event. Court that day was to start at 9 a.m. and it lasted all day.
Did you ever plea on that day?
I did.
Did the victim get an opportunity to express their opinion regarding the sentence on that?
They certainly did. And the way it worked that day is I showed up and entered my plea, but there had not been an agreement on the precise sentencing. I rejected the state's initial offer. The judge assured us that he would not go more serious than that offer. So the hope was maybe I would end up getting a little less time than what the state initially recommended. The judge heard testimony from the victims all day. I believe I was the final person to testify. And then the judge pronounced his sentence 4:35 in the afternoon.
Now, you say you testified. Was it a trial?
No, it was not a trial. I pled guilty in the first few minutes of the proceeding. The rest of the day was simply about the judge hearing from victims, hearing from me, and making a decision on what he wanted the sentence to be. There was no question about my guilt at any point.
And what was the sentence?
The sentence was 30 to 15. Plus, I had to pay back $526,000 in restitution.
Now, and did you go to jail that day?
No, I did not.
When were you report to the jail?
The judge was gracious enough to give me 2 weeks to report, which would be February 1st by 5 p.m. at the Cobb County Jail. And he made it abundantly clear what would happen if I did not show up.
What would happen if you didn't show up?
If I did not show up, he would revoke my sentence, and it would be a serve 30 sentence, which could affect parole and all sorts of other things. So the sentence would be much harsher if I did not appear as scheduled and ordered.
So after sentencing, what did you do during this period of time, between sentencing and the day before the show up?
Well, that day, just starting off with how it was handled. I mean, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't upset. I accepted my punishment, and my mother and I got in the car and we left and went back to her house in Stone Mountain. That weekend, we kept the kids. I spent time with my children like I did a lot of the weekends during my 10 months out on bond. They wanted to see me. I wanted to see them.
So did you have an opportunity to spend time with your kids while you were on bond, even after you took your plea?
Absolutely. That was an area where Janine and I were thankfully in agreement. She made it clear to me, both in and out of the Cobb County Jail during that 60 days I was trying to make bond. She said, if the kids want to see you, I have no problem with you seeing them. And I saw them above and beyond the former divorce settlement agreement. There are many times that I kept them while she did things with her friends, and there really weren't any issues. We communicated, and if I wanted to see the kids and it worked out, great. If not, then so be it. I'd see them next time.
Now, your wife testified regarding the night before you returned yourself in.
Yes.
And she mentioned that you went to the Starbucks. Did you meet her at the Starbucks?
Yes. My son Jack expressly wanted me to pick him up at his school in Buckhead that Wednesday and Thursday to try to get as much time together as we could. And I certainly complied with that and wanted to spend time with him. That Thursday, we went for an early dinner. I took him to the Longhorn Steakhouse in Kennesaw at Barrett Parkway. We finished kind of early. We walked around the REI sporting goods store because we both enjoyed outdoor things together.
Jack, these have become very, very non-responsive. I just ask that he answer the question and not go beyond that.
Mr. Merritt, you need to confine your responses to the questions that are asked. If you don't understand the question, ask that it be clarified.
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you met at Starbucks, were you already with Jack?
Yes.
And when your wife arrived, did she have a meal with her?
She did.
Was there any animosity between any of you?
No.
And let me go back for a moment. By this time, you were in the process of a divorce.
Yes.
Your wife mentioned about an incident. She says that you pushed her down. While you were out on bond, did you ever push your wife down?
Absolutely not.
So let's turn your attention to February 1st.
Okay.
That morning, did you go to your daughter's doctor appointment?
I did. Janine had told me about a pediatric neurologist appointment that my daughter had about, it was early. I think it was 8 a.m., maybe even a little bit before.
And at that point in time, were you still on curfew?
I was.
So what time were you able to leave the house?
I could not leave a second before 8 a.m.
And the doctor's appointment, where was it?
Sandy Springs.
So what's the route you would take to get there from Planet Road?
Well, really, the only way to go would be to leave the neighborhood. we make a left out of the neighborhood, get back to Hugh Howell, get on 78 to 285.
Now, did you get there on time?
It would be impossible to get there on time, but I got there as soon as I could.
And were there any problems between you and your wife when you got there?
No.
And did you get a chance to see me?
I did. They were already seated with the doctor. I walked in, said hello to everybody, gave me a hug, and sat down and listened to what the doctor had to say.
Now turn your attention to Mr. Jeffco. What's your relationship with Mr. Jeffco?
Mike is technically some degree of a cousin, but we come from a large family where, we don't really get in all that, and I knew Mike my whole life, and we were close.
And was there understanding for Mike to originally take you to jail?
Yes, I believe Tuesday or Wednesday that week, my mother and I decided that it would probably be best at that time when we had the discussion that Mike come and take my mother take me to the Cobb County Jail.
Now, is it that your mother didn't know how to get there?
No, my mother had been to the Cobb County Jail plenty to visit me and to go arrange the bond.
So, what caused things to change with that plan? Mr. Jeffco did.
Right. Thursday night, after I got back from seeing the children, my mother and I were talking, and we just felt like it was a private family matter, an intimate family matter. Even though Mike was family, it was something that she and I wanted to share and handle. That was really all there was to it. We didn't want to inconvenience him.
So did you ask your mother to call Mike off?
We both decided that it wasn't necessary for him to be there.
And why is that?
Because we didn't want to inconvenience Mike, because we actually had a few things we wanted to talk about, and we just frankly didn't need anybody else's help.
So the morning of the first, what time did you get back to the house?
Oh, around 8:30, I think, somewhere in there, 8:30, 8:45.
And tell us what happened that day.
So when I left the doctor's appointment and was driving back, it was the last time that I saw Mia before I knew I had to turn myself in later in the day. Mia was my baby girl. She was my princess. So naturally, I was sad. It was a sad ride home, just like the night before after saying goodbye to Jack. When I walked into the way that you got back into my mother's house is that I would park my car in the driveway. Her car was in the garage. If the garage door wasn't open, I'd open it and walk through the garage door into the kitchen. So I walked into the kitchen. I'm sorry?
How would you open the garage door?
The garage door opener.
Did you have a separate garage door, or was it on the panel on the door?
No, it was in my car. Yeah.
So once you opened the garage door,
I went inside, and it had been obvious that I was upset. I had tears in my eyes, and she just came over and hugged me. She knew why I was sad about saying goodbye to my children.
And then what happened later that day?
Well, shortly thereafter, she sent Mike the text saying that things aren't so good here. And that's exactly what it was about. It was just not a happy day. I mean, I was about to go away to prison for possibly 15 years. So it was a private time. There was no yelling or screaming. And I sent him a similar text, and that was that. So after those texts were sent, I started to go through some of my stuff and sort through some of my personal effects. And my mother and I, oddly enough, I had been so busy spending time with the kids and doing other things, she and I hadn't had a discussion about how to organize my clothes or what maybe to sell or any of that kind of basic housekeeping type of stuff. Those were things we needed to talk about. That's what we mentioned in the text when we said we need to discuss things. That's it.
Now, was there a plan for y'all to have lunch together?
Yes, my mother was a great cook, fantastic cook, and she was going to make spaghetti.
So did she start preparations for lunch?
Yes, she did.
And then what happened?
It was, the plan was we were going to eat around 1 o'clock so that we could be on the road by 2, no later than 2:30. It was, I believe, Super Bowl weekend, Friday afternoon traffic, a bunch of stuff going on in Atlanta. And, obviously we don't want to be late to the jail, given the importance of me being on time. I was walking from the kitchen. I had just left the kitchen from keeping her company while she was making the spaghetti when I heard a very loud knock at the front door. We weren't expecting any visitors. So I went to the front door and I opened it. And there were 2 individuals there, 2 men, and they both were pointing pistols at me. And they told me to let them in.
So what'd you do?
I let them in. I had never seen these guys before, and they were pointing pistols at me, so I let them in. I let them in. They shut the door. About this time, my mother came to the foyer where I was standing with these 2 individuals, and they said, "Head to the basement and don't say an effing word."
So did you go to the basement?
The taller of the individuals, he was older, probably in his 50s, about 6 feet, athletically built, walked past me, put the gun at my mother's lower back, and she started to head towards the stairway to the basement. The fact they said head to the basement led me to think they knew we had a basement and cased the house before. The younger of the men, he's probably about 5'8", 5'9", shoulder-length brown hair, pudgy. He put his gun on my back and we followed them. She opened the stair door to the basement, flicked on the light. It was a two-step process to get down those stairs. You had 4 or 5 steps that went down, there's a landing, and then you make the turn and there's the longer flight of stairs. They proceeded first. My mother was crying. She was making sounds like she might be wanting to scream or shout. And as they made the turn on the landing and took those first few steps, by this point, I and the guy behind me who had the gun on my back made it to the landing. He told her to shut the F up and pushed her down the stairs.
And then what happened to your mother?
It was the worst sound I've ever heard in my life. She plunged headlong into the wall. It's a sound I can hear to this day as I'm sitting here. And I could tell that there was a dent or a hole in the wall. She was trying to get up and move around, but from my vantage point, she appeared like she couldn't get her balance.
Was your mother injured at that time?
She certainly appeared to be. And as I moved like I was going to try to go down the stairs, the guy dug the pistol into my back and grabbed my shoulder. The gentleman who pushed her down the stairs put his pistol behind his back into the back part of his jeans. He ran down the stairs, turned the corner, and came back with the 35-pound weight that has been seen during the course of this trial.
And where did the knife come from?
Well, the knife came later. This monster took this dumbbell and proceeded to bludgeon my mother right in front of me. And she stopped moving at this point. He then told the man who had his pistol in my back to bring me down to the bottom of the stairs. They shoved me over to the tile where the dumbbell rested, and then the older guy took off up the stairs. He came back a few minutes later with the kitchen knife and proceeded to stab my mother repeatedly in front of me. I could not believe what I was seeing. I didn't understand what would be the purpose because she wasn't moving. Why is any of this happening? It was a complete and utter nightmare.
So what did you do during this time?
There's nothing I could do. I had a pistol to my back. I couldn't believe this was happening. I had no clue who these people were or why they were doing this to us. So he stabbed her with such force that the handle broke off the knife. I didn't realize at the time that the knife was still stuck in my poor mother's face. He put the handle down on the tile across from the dumbbell. He then turned and looked at me, and he pulled out his cell phone. And he proceeded to show me a picture of my ex-wife dropping Mia off at her school, a picture of Jack being dropped off or picked up at Lovett, a picture of them all getting out of her van at their rental home in Marietta, and a picture of her either coming or going from her clinic in Vinings. And he said, and I'll never forget this as long as I live, if you say a single word, they're next. I had no doubt who they were or what next meant. And then they left.
And then, did you call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
Why not?
Because I just witnessed an unimaginable act of violence. 2 unimaginable acts of violence. And then a man coldly looked at me after he's standing over the body of my dear mother that he skewered and bludgeoned, and shows me pictures of my family. So no, I did not call the police.
How much longer did you stay there?
I stood there numb and incapable of moving for what seemed like minutes. These guys had left. I went upstairs. All I could think about was Janine and the kids and what these monsters could do. And I went and got a small backpack out of my room. I put a few clothes. I didn't pack much. Some basic toiletries. And I left.
Now, why did you take your mother's car?
I took my mother's car because it had more gas in it than my car. It had a bigger tank. And I had no idea where I was going or where I was going to end up. And it seemed to me in that state of mind that at least her car would be easier to sleep in. And that's why I took her car.
So where'd you go?
When I left her house, I went out of the neighborhood. I don't even know what time of day it was when I left, but I went out of the neighborhood. I made a right and went up, I believe it was called Rockbridge, but it becomes Five Forks Sycamore right at the DeKalb County, Gwinnett County line. And I made a left. I'm not sure if it was Arcata or Killian Hill, but up by the Kroger there, and just started heading towards 85.
Now, how much time did it take you to get to Nashville? Is that where you go straight to Nashville?
No, I didn't go all the way to Nashville in one shot. No, I ended up going to the QT station at Indian Trail in 85. I stopped to get a couple bottles of water, some snacks. I only had $18 cash on me. I topped off the tank, I believe, put some gas in it, and then I proceeded towards Cobb County, towards 285, and then ultimately to 75.
Why did you cut your monitor off?
Well, the reason I cut my monitor off is I was concerned by the time I got north of Cobb County. I was within, I believe, an hour or so of when I was supposed to report. I had no idea if just by routine the monitoring people were watching me or not. So that's why I headed towards Cobb County. I didn't want to do anything that would get me involved with the police because I didn't want it to come back to hurt my family if these guys found out and thought I had said something.
Now, why did you take both phones?
For that very reason. I had every reason to believe, based on this horrific event, that these individuals had a lot of hate for me, had been following me and or my ex-wife and kids, and perhaps they had our numbers, perhaps they were the ones who had been calling and hanging up. I didn't know. I wanted to have the phones in case they had demands. If they went back to the house, I had to know what was going on. And if Janine called either myself or my mother, I wanted to know what was going on with her, that she was okay, that the kids were okay. So that's why I took both phones.
So how long did it take you to get to Nashville?
Ultimately, I probably got to Nashville. I mean, I think they're an hour behind, but I ended up in Nashville after dark. Of course, it was wintertime, so it gets dark early everywhere, but it was probably 7, 8 o'clock Central Time by the time I actually got there.
And why did you stay in Nashville?
Nashville is a big city. I had no more money to buy gas, and it seemed like a safe place to pull off and park and try to figure out what in the world was going on.
And eventually, did you get a job in Nashville?
Yes, I got a job at a bar called Betty's Bar and Grill on the west side of Nashville.
And you heard yesterday, well, last week from Kelly Richardson. And how'd you meet Kelly?
I met Kelly online.
And did you start living with Kelly?
Fairly quickly, yes.
Were the two of you in a relationship?
Yes.
Did she know who you were?
No, she did not.
And why didn't you tell her?
I did not tell her because, again, in my mind, with how horrific the events of my mother's murder were, how graphic the people were capable of such insane violence, I had to believe that they would keep their word and take it out on my ex-wife and my children if anything was said. So I adopted a new identity, and I made a vow to myself that I would never reveal who I was. And there were many, many times I wanted to Kelly, but I wanted to tell her that I was accused of a murder I did not commit. But I didn't, because I didn't want to endanger her, and I didn't want to endanger Janine and the kids.
Now, Kelly, did you and Kelly ever have any problems, anything violent between the two of you?
No, absolutely not.
She was telling us that around about the date in which you got arrested, that she wanted you to move out or stay somewhere else. What was going on there?
Kelly, at the time, was a PhD student in chemistry, and she had a lot of work to do, and she needed her space. It wasn't relationship space. It was, hey, just go find somewhere else to be for a day or two so I can get my project done. That's all it was.
Now, by that time, what happened to the car?
I want to say it was the Wednesday or Thursday before I got arrested. I got arrested Monday, September 30th, 2019 in Nashville by the marshals. I want to say Thursday the 26th, I woke up. I believe Kelly was already in class or at her lab, and the car was gone. Kelly lived in an attic apartment in an old house on 18th Avenue near the university, and I didn't know it, but apparently there were a lot of break-ins, and learned after the fact that the car had been broken into, and during investigation of it by the Vanderbilt police, the car got towed, and that's what ultimately led to my capture. So I woke up, walked out, the car was gone.
So did you have anywhere to stay with the car being gone?
Not right off the bat, no.
Tell us how you ended up getting arrested.
Yeah, on that Monday, I was, the weather was starting to change in Nashville. It was getting cool at night. I was walking in West Nashville in an area called Sylvan Park where Betty's was and a few other places that I knew. And there was the old Southern thrift shop, which I had bought good cheap clothes before. And I was just looking for a light jacket because I didn't have one. And as I was done browsing through the store, I didn't see one. I started to walk out, and next thing I knew, I was surrounded by 5 or 6 marshals, and my face was in the floor, looking up at them. And they told me I was under arrest.
So, Richard, getting back to February 1st.
Yes.
Did you kill your mother?
Absolutely not. I loved my mother. She stood by me. I'm not a violent person. Never laid a finger on anybody.
Another problem.
We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
I don't really know.
The state is like, okay, we need a few minutes to get ourselves together. So, who bought that line? Who bought that story? Yes, we did play JMS. Yes, at the top of the stream, if you guys missed it, we played the employee who witnessed that arrest, the takedown by the marshals. Yeah, who bought that? Dude, really? Just really? That's just like nothing. All right, let's get to Cross. Most replayed. All right, let's get to Cross. Here we go. Cross coming up.
Judge, can I ask about something totally off the record?
Sure.
I'm not sure if you were in the email train between myself, Mr. Pines, and Mr. Cross.
No. About?
What's the young man's name? Antoine Gordon.
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
And Ms. Shaw. Apparently there is a similar issue going up to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And there's email, I guess, between us and maybe Ms. Johnson asking if, because Pines is out of town that week, one that I'm here that week, but they're asking to see if that case can be taken off the calendar while that pending related issue is being resolved in the Supreme Court of Georgia. Pretty much for the drug overdose. And apparently there's a case going up. I can forward you the email. I'm not sure.
Yes. Why don't you do that? And I'll take a look. Okay.
Will do.
Y'all may be seated. his pot.
Mr. Merritt, what you said happened in front of your eyes on February 1st, 2019 must have been horrifying for you.
It was.
You said that it shook you up.
Absolutely.
You were afraid for your own life?
I was so traumatized by what happened to my mother, I really wasn't worried about myself at that point.
Okay, but you were concerned for your wife and your daughter and your son?
Yes.
And you were so scared that you got out of there as fast as you could. Right?
I did.
Okay. Made the decision not to turn yourself into the Cobb County Jail, right?
Correct.
And instead you cut your ankle monitor off.
Yes.
But before you even did that, you made some stops along the way. You stopped at a Kroger on... You stopped at a Kroger first, correct?
No, I didn't actually stop there.
Okay, but you stopped in the parking lot and you drove around the parking lot in the Kroger, right?
Correct, I did.
Okay, because you didn't need gas at that point because your mom's car was full enough to get you out of there. That's what you testified to, correct?
To get me most of the way there, yes.
Okay, and then you stopped at a QT in Norcross, and we saw the video of that. Do you recall?
I did.
Okay, and you were there for how long? Do you remember?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, did you feel that you were being chased at that point?
At that point, no, I did not.
Okay, did you feel like your life was in danger at that point?
I didn't know, honestly.
Okay, so you bought waters and a candy bar.
Yes.
Okay, and then you drove around 285 West and you took the 75 North exit, right?
Correct.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but your wife's practice is over in Vinings, kind of on West Paces Ferry and Paces Mill, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you passed that exit when you got onto 75 North.
Correct.
And you did not stop to tell your wife that you had just watched your mother being killed and her life was in danger. Correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And your son's school, Lovett, is just down the street from that. It's on West Paces Ferry. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did not make any efforts to take that exit, which is the exit before the exit to your wife's veterinarian clinic, to pick up your son from school or alert anyone that his life was in danger.
My son, I believe, was with his grandfather that day. He wasn't at school.
Okay, but you never made any phone calls to your wife? Correct?
No, I did not.
You never called Jack's school, right?
No, I did not.
You never called Mia's school, right?
No, I did not.
And so Jack was with Sal, that's your previous father-in-law. Did you ever call Sal Nicosi to let him know that you had seen this horrible event and that he and your entire family were in danger?
I didn't call any of them because the killers told me don't say a word to anyone, so I took them at their word based on what they did.
Okay, but they weren't following you, right?
I don't know if they were following me or not.
Okay, all right, so they could have very well been behind you.
It's entirely possible. I have no idea what vehicle they were in.
Okay, and a safe place to go would have been the Cobb County Jail, which you drove right past on 75 North. Is that correct?
The instructions were, and I took them at their word based on what they did to my mother. Don't say a word to anyone. The last place to go would be to somewhere like the Cobb County Jail.
And why is that?
Well, you have law enforcement there. If they have people in Cobb County, they know a report. I'm more likely to say something because I'm in the safety of the jail. That made no sense to me whatsoever.
Okay, so you didn't make any calls to anybody to warn them that their lives were in danger, right?
These gentlemen told me, and I use gentlemen very sarcastically, these monsters told me, don't say a word to anyone. After what they did to my mother, I didn't say a word to anyone, without qualification.
Okay, so these monsters, do you think that they were the same people who had been casing your house starting at the beginning of January?
Well, they sure knew we had a basement right off the rip.
Okay, and how many times had people driven off around the cul-de-sac, or driven around the cul-de-sac as you testified earlier?
Suspiciously, at least 20 or 30 times by my count.
20 or 30 times? Did you ever get any of their tag numbers?
It would have been possible to run out there in the dark and get their tag numbers.
Did you ever call the police to say, oh my gosh, somebody is following me? Did you ever do that?
My mother and I did discuss it.
You discussed it, but you never called the police, and you never made a report of people casing your house or running around the cul-de-sac in their cars, right?
No, we didn't.
Did you ever talk to any of the neighbors about what was going on?
I didn't. I can't say if my mother did or not.
Okay. So you weren't concerned at this point about these people riding around in the cul-de-sac because you obviously didn't do anything to prevent it from happening in the future.
Quite the opposite, ma'am. I told my lawyer immediately when it happened, who did absolutely nothing.
Okay. All right. And you knew he did absolutely nothing.
He told me he was actually going to reach out to his contacts at the DA's office, where he used to work alongside the person who prosecuted me, as well as his contacts with law enforcement in Cobb. They all did absolutely nothing.
Okay. But did you ever call DeKalb County Police? Because that's where your mother's house was located.
No, I didn't call, and neither did my mother, to my knowledge.
Okay, and you understand that DeKalb County Police would have jurisdiction over your mother's house?
Of course they would, ma'am, but the root of the activity was all indications sourced out of Cobb County.
All right. So these two, you called them monsters, right?
Yes.
You've never seen these guys in your life?
Never.
And they were both kind of big. You said one was pudgy. What about the other one?
He was athletic and thin.
Okay, and could you describe what they were wearing?
Yes, I can.
What was that?
The athletic thin one was wearing sort of a black thermal long sleeve top and what looked like dicky khaki pants.
Okay, and what kind of gun was he holding? Could you see?
I'm not a gun guy, but it was a semi-automatic, sort of like the police have. It was not a revolver.
What color was it?
It was black.
All right, and what about the other guy? What did he look like? You said he was pudgy, but how else did he look?
He was pudgy, had shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, 5'8", 5'9", and he was wearing a camouflage hoodie.
Okay. Well, did he have the hoodie up?
No.
Okay. So you got a knock on the door after being followed or having people suspiciously drive around your neighborhood for several weeks, right?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were supposed to turn yourself into the jail?
Yes, it was.
And you looked out the window, right?
I did.
And you saw that there was a guy all in black, right?
I didn't say he was all in black.
A black shirt and dicky pants.
He was wearing a black top, that was it.
And a guy wearing a camouflage hoodie, right? And
blue jeans. Yeah.
And you had never seen these guys before, but you decided to answer the door.
I opened the door. We did not have a peephole in the door. It was not uncommon to just open the door. Could have been a neighbor, could have been anybody. I certainly didn't expect that in the middle of the day.
Okay. And they held you up at gunpoint?
Yes, they said, let us in now.
They didn't shoot you?
No, they didn't shoot.
They didn't shoot your mom?
No, they did not.
In fact, is it fair to say that they killed her with the kitchen knife from her own knife block?
I believe they did, yes.
Okay. And you wrote letters while you were in custody for this offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wrote many, many letters to your friends and family members, correct?
Mainly family members, yes.
Okay. Specifically, you wrote letters to Jean?
Yes.
And you wrote letters to your brother, Rob?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that it wouldn't be unlikely that your fingerprints would be on that knife, correct?
From the standpoint that we all used the knives in the kitchen, I lived in the house, it very well could be on there. I don't know.
Did you tell him any fingerprints that may exist are easily explained as the dumbbells were mine? Did you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
And I regularly use the knife in question to prepare food, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you said you worked out 3 to 4 times per month and you were living there for 10 months, so it would not be hard to explain that evidence away if it were to appear.
Correct, because I knew what the murder weapons were because I saw the gentleman who used them, absolutely.
Okay, but you never told him anything about the 2 guys who came into the house with guns and bludgeoned your mother to death.
You really don't have that kind of capacity to write from being incarcerated. I told him the key facts.
Oh, okay. You told him the key facts that 2 guys broke into your mother's house?
I don't recall if I told him that or not.
Okay, and in fact, what you actually told him is the timing and substance of this disclosure will all make sense.
Yes, because I knew that I didn't do it, and I would have to sit here in my defense one day, absolutely.
But you never said anything to Janine about these two guys who were supposedly out and knew her whereabouts in any of these letters, right?
Janine wasn't reading anything I sent her.
Okay, and what about your brother? You never said, listen, these two guys are out, they've got photographs of our family on the phone, and you need to look into this, you need to do something and keep everyone safe.
I had absolutely no confidence that law enforcement would do anything at that point because they took out the warrant for the murder of my mother the same day they found the body and investigated nobody else.
Okay, and you did take, so you said you took your mother's car, right?
Yes.
And you took your mother's phone as well, right?
Yes, I did.
And that doesn't make really a lot of sense. Can you explain why you took your mother's phone?
I took my phone, of course, and I took her phone because of all the calls we had been getting on both my phone and her phone. I assumed that these were the same folks who had been calling us that had killed her. They might have some sort of demands. Janine might call my phone or my mother's phone if these guys made a move on her or the kids, and I wanted to know exactly what was going on. That's why I took both phones.
You've seen the phone records that the state admitted into evidence, didn't you?
Of course.
Okay, both you and you've had the opportunity to review those phone records, right?
Yes.
And there were phone calls made to both your phone and your mother's phone while you were on the run, right?
I don't recall anybody calling me while I was on my phone anyway. Okay. She may have received some text. A lot of those were SMS, not necessarily phone calls.
You never picked up any phone calls to your mother's phone on February 1st, 2019, did you?
No, but if I recall correctly, the calls that came in were people in her contacts, so I had no worries that they were the ones who killed her.
Okay. And you got rid of those phones?
Yes.
You got rid of them before you even cut the ankle monitor off, or around the time that you cut the ankle monitor
off? Yes, I don't dispute the data or your expert.
So there was never any intent to turn them over to the police so that they could see whether anyone was after your mom or asking for demands, as you mentioned before?
No, because I took them at their word. Just say nothing or this will happen to your family.
Okay. So whose idea was it to turn Mike Jeffcoat down that morning?
It was actually my mother's suggestion. She says, I don't really need Mike to come today. And I said, okay, as long as you're able to drive and get yourself back.
All right.
That was the extent of the conversation.
All right. And, but both you and she texted Mike. Are you aware of that?
Of course.
Okay. You went to Nashville. Is that the first place you went? Or did you stop anywhere else along the way?
I believe I stopped in Chattanooga to use the bathroom at a Walmart.
Okay. And you spent those entire 8 months in Nashville, right?
Yes.
All right. And let's be clear, the name you used was Mick Malvo. Where did that name come from?
The alias that I used was from New Orleans. It was a Cajun-sounding name. That's why I picked it.
All right. And you made this driver's license, State's Exhibit 82, yourself, right?
Yeah, I got the template online, yes.
Okay. And you actually had the sleeves that you put driver's licenses in, or at least the kind that you put this in your car when it was collected, right?
I printed it off and believe the business card, plastic laminates, that's what I got.
All right. And even the birth date on this is incorrect.
Yes.
All right. Because it says here that you were born on February 25th of 1980, right?
Correct.
When actually your birthday is February 23rd, 1974.
That's right.
Okay. So you subtracted 6 years on your age because you didn't want to get caught.
I did not want to get found and have my family hurt as a result. I was trying to disappear to protect them.
All right. But you did go on to a dating app and meet women on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any concern about putting your information out on a dating app, did you?
What information specifically?
Any of it.
Well, I wasn't putting information out there as Richard Merritt.
Okay. All right. And did you speak with a New Orleans accent to Kelly?
No.
All right. And you were never a marketing executive, right?
No, I was not.
That was just something you made up to create this new persona of Mick Malvo.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you did not go to LSU.
No.
You were a Georgia fan.
I went to Georgia, yes.
And you weren't an LSU fan.
No.
And you were not a Saints fan.
Actually, I have been a Saints fan my whole life.
Okay. But you put those stickers on your mother's car as part of this persona of Mick Malvo.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that was part of the deception. Is that right?
I would call it protection.
All right. And you also put a stolen license plate on your mom's car.
This is true, I did.
All right. So that was part of the lie as well, because you didn't want to be found by these monsters.
Absolutely right.
Or the cops.
That would lead to the monsters, absolutely right.
Okay. And you said that you were staying with cousins in Nashville, correct?
I believe that is something I said, yes.
But that's not true either. Is it?
No, it wasn't true.
You didn't have any cousins or family in Nashville?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so you didn't really have a place to stay in Nashville?
Not at first, no.
Okay, until you met Kelly?
Correct.
So you were using her for a place to live. Is that right?
I wouldn't go that far, no.
Okay. You told Kelly that you did not have any kids, correct?
That's true.
And you said you had a niece, though, with cerebral palsy.
I did.
And you never said anything about any kind of nephew, right?
No, I did not.
You said that your mom had died of leukemia. Is that a lie that you told?
That's what I told her.
Okay. And you grew your hair and beard out while you were there?
Yes.
And again, that was part of the persona of Mick Malvo, because you didn't want to get caught by these alleged monsters, right?
Yes, that's
and
true.
You didn't want to get arrested either.
Well, that would definitely lead to compromising my family, yes.
All right. Mr. Merritt, when you originally stole money from your clients, you stole what, about $500,000, more or less, right?
Yes, correct.
And most of these clients were elderly.
Not most of them, about a third.
About a third, okay. Are you aware that the average age of the clients who are listed as your victims in the indictment is 61.2 years old?
I wasn't specifically targeting the elderly. I believe the law states that 65 and older is elder exploitation.
Okay, most of your victims were in their 60s and 70s. Is that right?
I really don't know the numbers, ma'am.
Okay, and they had been injured in car accidents and other kind of insurance claims. That's kind of the meat of the folks that you were representing and that you stole from. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you would tell them, you would settle their claims with the insurance company and not tell the clients that you had settled, right?
That's what I did.
And so you would take their money from the insurance company and keep it as your own, right?
Well, it would be put back into the firm for the most part, but yes.
Okay. And you also promised to put some money in your escrow account for certain clients, right?
Yes.
And again, you didn't put any of that money in an escrow account.
Pled to all this in January of 2018.
Okay. And you did this because the firm was in trouble.
It was, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely in trouble.
So, is it fair to say, Mr. Merritt, that when you're in trouble, you lie to try to get out of it?
I don't believe that's fair to say at all.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when your firm was in trouble, you deceived many of your clients, at least the 17 listed in the indictment?
That is correct. I pled to that, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you deceived the people who you worked with and worked for at Betty's Grill as to your name and where you were from and who you were. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you made up an entire story and told a lie to Kelly Richardson because that would be a convenient way for you to get what you needed at that time?
I genuinely cared for Kelly. I didn't need her for a place to stay.
Okay, and yet your entire relationship with her was a lie.
Parts of it, yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you have lied and deceived to get out of trouble in the past?
I don't think that's fair to say.
Okay. Okay, so the day of February 1st, 2019, these two guys came in, they killed your mother with her kitchen knife and your weight, right?
Yes, they were my weights.
And they didn't steal anything from the house.
I don't know if they did or not.
Okay, and they didn't break in. You said that you let them in yourself.
No, I'm not aware that they tried to break in before.
Okay, and they had never tried to break in prior to that.
I can't say who tried to break in at any given point.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because nobody, as far as you know, had tried to break into your house prior to that.
I'm not aware of anybody trying to break in, no.
Okay, but they did not leave a scratch on you.
They roughed me up a little bit going down the stairs, but no, they didn't.
Okay. And you were the person who they were after, right?
I'm quite certain that that was their intent when they came there, yes.
Okay. But they just let you go scot-free?
I believe when my mother started to get loud, that's when the gentleman pushed her, and then he finished her off so she wouldn't make any noise. That's what I personally think, and they didn't realize what they got into and they took off. I don't know what their real intentions were. We never got that far.
Okay. They never pulled the triggers of either of those guns?
No, they did not.
Okay, and there was no struggle that caused any furniture to tip over, right?
I don't recall any, no.
Okay, where did they get that knife from?
I believe they got it from the butcher block in the kitchen.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
No, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for just a moment, please.
All right, I think that's it. Wait a minute, hold on. I got the sun coming through here. All right. All right, what do you guys think? That was him on the stand. We'll show closings next. Yeah, that's it for that. So we'll show closings and then the verdict. But while I cue that up, what do you guys think? Do you believe anything that this guy's saying? Why were they there? I don't even know. I'm so. Did I miss? Why were they there to begin with? To intimidate him? I don't even remember what. I was having too much fun. What was the motive? Why were they there? They were there to shut him up, I guess. I don't know. All right. I guess he needed to be shut up or something? I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me get us queued up. All right. Okay. So here we go with closings. Closings are like 2 hours, just so you guys know. So if you have any plans or you need to do anything, closings are 2 hours, and then the verdict's only like 5 minutes. So not a single thing, right? Dina, yeah, what Did he say he owed someone moolah? I don't think so. I think he just said they showed up and they said, what we do to your mom, we're going to do to you. We know where you live, right? He didn't even say because he committed the fraud, because of the fraud he committed. I guess. I don't know. I didn't quite catch why he said they did what they did. But why would you? Okay, so you push this poor old woman down the steps, you beat her with this dumbbell, but then you go back upstairs and you get a kitchen knife, just to show you how bad you are. So I don't know. Yeah, makes no sense. All right, play on crime. Yeah, he tripped over his own story when he said they were getting phone calls prior to the incident, right? Hector's mom, yeah, Mick Malvo, but it could have been spelled Malvo. It could have been Malveaux. Could have been. I don't know. Maybe it was Tutu. JMS, yeah, it was not. Certainly was not. Well, let's see what the jury decided. Let's hear closings, then we'll see what the jury decided.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Judge Johnson just explained, the state has the burden of proof in this case and in every criminal case. And so that's why I'm going to have the chance to talk to you first. Then the defense will have the chance to give a closing argument, and then I'm going to have a chance to talk to you again. First, I'm going to address kind of the boring stuff, or what seems boring, but it's really important, and that's the law that applies to this case. Again, we have the burden of proof. We have to prove each of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is a burden that the state gladly welcomes, and that is imperative to the criminal justice system. And I know that you all have seen on TV and know that the state has to prove each of the elements in each of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not turned on here this morning. Well, what does that mean? Beyond a reasonable doubt, it sounds like such an ambiguous term. But as Judge Johnson is going to instruct you in a few minutes, a reasonable doubt is the doubt of an impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. When we questioned you during voir dire at the very beginning of this trial, one of the reasons that we asked you many of the questions that we did about your background and about your experiences is to make sure that each of you would come into this trial without any biases as impartial jurors, and that you would come to a verdict not based on your past experiences, but based on what you've heard in court over the past couple of weeks. And we thank you for being here and being those jurors. But Judge Johnson is also going to instruct you that reasonable doubt is based on common sense. It's based on reason. And that is really the second thing that we were trying to learn when we questioned each of you at the beginning of this jury trial. And as I mentioned in opening statement, after trial, I've been practicing as a prosecutor for 16, 17 years, and after every trial, I get calls or I get approached by jurors, and they always say, why? Why did you put me on this jury? And there's no specific reason, no specific answer you gave that is the reason that you're here. The reason each and every one of you is here is because you all struck me and Mr. Emmons as folks who would use common sense when listening to the evidence in this case and deliberating and coming back with a juror. So thank you for being those kind of folks, and thank you for being here. And I'm going to ask that you follow the law and use common sense and view the evidence through the lens of reason and through the lens of common sense. Now, reasonable doubt is also not certain things. It's not to a mathematical certainty. The state does not have to prove the charges to 99, 100, and 110%. It's also not beyond all doubt. And I'm going to go a little bit further into that in a couple of minutes, but there are always going to be doubts because we can't videotape every single murder and every single criminal incident that occurs in DeKalb County. So you're always going to have questions in your mind. Reasonable doubt is also not a possibility. And you are not, as jurors, to go out and look for doubt. Reasonable doubt means that if you came in here with an open mind, not knowing anything about the case, and after hearing all of the evidence and looking at all of the exhibits, you believe that the defendant, Richard Merritt, committed each of these crimes. If you reasonably believe that, then you can and you should convict. My favorite way to think of reasonable doubt and what beyond a reasonable doubt means is to think of it like a puzzle. When you sit down and you start putting together one of those gigantic jigsaw puzzles, you may start at the edges and work your way in. You're going to get to a point where you see something like this. There are pieces missing. There may be questions as to what color the eyes are or how many teeth this guy has, but because each of you is a reasonable person, you are able to look at what's there and say, yes, that's a tiger. And you know that beyond a reasonable doubt because you can put the pieces together in your mind based on what you do know about the case and the facts that the state has presented. That's just like a criminal case. You know, I don't know, and nobody will ever know, the conversation that Shirley Merritt and her son had before he murdered her. We're never going to know what clothes he was wearing that day or what he did with Shirley Merritt's cell phone. But what we do know are the facts that bring us to the proof of the elements of each of the charges in the indictment. We don't have to prove all that extraneous stuff. All we do need to prove by law is the charges, and we're going to go over those in a couple of minutes. Additionally, there are things that are not required by law when you render a verdict. The first is scientific proof is not required. And I am certain the defense is going to hammer home how there was no DNA evidence that proved that the defendant was holding that dumbbell. There were no fingerprints on that knife that proved that the defendant was doing the stabbing at the time of the murder. But none of that is required by law. In fact, the law recognizes how difficult it is to get scientific evidence. And you all heard from witnesses that this ain't CSI. Alexandra Jason, remember her? She was the DNA expert from the GBI crime lab. She testified that she tested the DNA that was rendered from the hairs that were found in Shirley Merritt's hands, and all the hairs that could be tested positively were matched to Shirley Merritt. And she also testified about that dumbbell. Yes, they were able to obtain a swab. There was DNA on that dumbbell, but there wasn't a sufficient amount to come to a conclusion. She said, yes, there was DNA, but because there was so little, we couldn't determine who that DNA belonged to. Now, that doesn't mean that that DNA did not belong to the defendant. It just shows that it's inconclusive. And you know what Ms. Jason said that was really important? She said, the crime lab really doesn't like to test for contact DNA because it is so often inconclusive. It's so rare that we get that kind of result, especially when we're dealing with a metal object like a dumbbell or a plastic object like a knife handle, and not something like clothes where skin cells would get trapped and stay. The law does not require forensic proof. Again, we go back to those fingerprints, and as you heard from Jesse Worley, the fingerprint expert, not every item is conducive to containing latent prints. A plastic item that has some texture, like the knife handle, it just doesn't always hold on to those skin oils that would leave the latent prints. Same with the dumbbell. Because it was textured, it wasn't something that was likely to produce a latent print. Now, that doesn't mean that the defendant didn't have his hands on those items. It just means that there were inconclusive results, which is what we expected and which is okay because the law doesn't require these things. Finally, the law does not require an eyewitness to have seen the incident. The law, again, recognizes that when you've got a murder that occurs in somebody's home, there's usually not going to be somebody who sees what happened. These are the kinds of crimes that occur in private. And we're going to talk a little bit more about eyewitness testimony in a couple of minutes. But first, I want to go over the charges in the indictment. As Judge Johnson read to you, there are several charges. They are felony murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and 1 count of possession of a firearm during the possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. Those are the charges against the defendant, Richard Merritt. And I want to go through each of them because it's the elements of each of the crime that the state has to prove and nothing else. And the first charge that you will see when that indictment comes back to you and you all are deliberating is malice murder. And the elements of the charge of malice murder are that the defendant did unlawfully cause the death of Shirley Merritt with malice aforethought. That's all we have to prove for you to find the defendant guilty of that charge. It sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? But what is malice? Well, Judge Johnson is going to read to you that malice is the intent to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. It is not necessarily ill will or hatred, and it does not require a proof of motive because we can't read the defendant's mind at the time that he bashed his mom's head in. It does not require that we prove premeditation. This isn't something that he had to plan during the course of the day or even hours or minutes before the murder occurred. Malice and the intent to kill can be formed in an instant. He didn't have to have malice the morning when he woke up. He didn't have to have malice while his mom stood there making his spaghetti. When the defendant made contact with that blade to his mother's skin, that's when we have to prove that the malice occurred. And again, we can't read the defendant's mind. We don't know what he was thinking when he committed these offenses. And the law, again, recognizes that, so that it allows for malice to be implied. You all can imply malice existed based on the circumstances of the murder and what happened before, during, and after he killed Shirley Merritt. It can be applied when no considerable provocation appears. You didn't hear any evidence that poor 77-year-old Shirley Merritt provoked this murder. When the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. That's actually what the law says. An abandoned and malignant heart. During this trial, you did get to see some photographs of the crime scene and of the autopsy, but out of respect to Shirley Merritt and to her family and friends who are sitting in this courtroom, I didn't publish all of those. But I will submit to you that when you look at Exhibit 28 and look at Exhibit 62, those are photographs of what malice looks like. Proof of motive is not required. Again, we're going to talk about what the possible motive is in a few minutes, and I'm going to go over it with you. But the law recognizes that we can't read the defendant's mind. We don't have to prove what he was thinking. We just have to prove his actions. As to counts 2 and 3, the defendant is charged with felony murder. And to prove felony murder, the state has to prove that a person commits murder when, in the commission of a felony, that person causes the death of another with or without malice. So basically, the question is, did the defendant stab his mom with a kitchen knife? And in doing so, did he kill Shirley Merritt? And did he bludgeon her in the head with a 35-pound dumbbell? And in doing so, did he kill her? Again, we don't have to prove premeditation. We don't have to prove motive. All we have to prove is that he committed those actions. Aggravated assault. It's charged in counts 4 and 5, and we've charged it 2 ways. Aggravated assault is when a person commits an aggravated assault when he or she assaults another person with a weapon, which, when used offensively, is likely to or does cause serious bodily injury. Well, the serious bodily injury shouldn't be a problem, but we've charged this 2 different ways. First, that the defendant committed aggravated assault against Shirley Merritt with a knife, and second, with a 35-pound dumbbell. Again, motive is not required. Premeditation is not required. Only that he committed these acts, that he assaulted Shirley with these 2 weapons. The last charge on the indictment, I'm not even really going to talk about because it speaks for itself. It's the offense of possession of a knife that is 3 inches or longer in length during the commission of the offenses previously charged. I anticipate that in a few minutes when the defense gets up here, they are going to talk about what kind of evidence we have presented versus what kind of evidence that we haven't presented. And they're going to make a big deal about how the state has met its burden of proof only on circumstantial evidence. And that's okay. The judge will charge you that there are 2 different kinds of evidence. The first is direct evidence, and the second is circumstantial evidence. Now, direct evidence, as the law states, is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact. Direct evidence, it's basically eyewitness testimony. And as I already explained to you, this kind of crime is not going to happen in front of an audience. It was the defendant who chose where to commit this crime. And it was the defendant who chose to commit it in the middle of the day when nobody else was in the house. So no, we don't have any eyewitnesses, but that's okay, because the circumstantial evidence in this case proves the offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. And Judge Johnson is going to explain to you that circumstantial evidence is a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. There it is again, that word, inference. Again, it all boils down to common sense. The law states you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. So you can take all that you do know, from the crime scene to the timeline to the statements given by each of the witnesses, and you may make inferences as to the guilt of the defendant. And I will submit to you that all of that evidence is sufficient to make you believe that the defendant committed this murder. And that's enough to prove that he is guilty of these crimes, and that is enough for you all to render a verdict. By law, it's enough for you to render a verdict of guilty. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give either direct or circumstantial evidence. You know what that means? That means that you can convict on circumstantial evidence alone. So don't let the defense convince you otherwise. Again, the law allows you to convict the defendant of each of these charges by circumstantial evidence alone. The law also states that you will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct or circumstantial or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And there we go. Reasonable. Again, it all boils down to common sense and reason. You know, I like to kind of think of my daughter when I think about reasonable doubt and circumstantial evidence. I have a 4-year-old, and we have made it our Christmas tradition to build and decorate a gingerbread house every year. That's our creation this year. Clearly, we are gingerbread artists. This past year, we made a gingerbread house about a week before Christmas, and we put it on the kitchen table and made a big deal out of how it was going to be our centerpiece for Christmas morning breakfast. But a couple days before Christmas, I was home just cleaning, wrapping presents, whatever, and I came upstairs and I looked at that, and you see that kind of clump of gumdrops on the roof. There's like orange and purple and red. I noticed that those were gone. And there was a chair that was pulled out from the table, and there were some flakes of icing next to the gingerbread house. It didn't take me a long time to figure out what had happened. Clearly, because of what I know about my home and about my family and about the circumstances, my daughter climbed up on the chair and picked those gumdrops off of the roof of her gingerbread house and ate them. That's what happened. No question. Now, is it a possibility that my husband, who was also at the house at the time, committed that offense? Yes, but I just know him well enough to know that he is not going to eat the 5-day-old gumdrops that are sitting on the top of a nasty gingerbread house with gross icing on them. Is it a possibility see that when I opened the sliding glass door that you can kind of see that's behind that, a squirrel ran into the house without me recognizing it, and it climbed up the table and it got the gumdrops and took them outside and ate them? Sure, it's a possibility. But is that reasonable to believe? No. Is it a possibility that two armed men, one tall and thin and one short and pudgy, came into the house with guns and picked those gumdrops off the roof of my daughter's gingerbread house and left without me seeing? Sure, I wasn't in that room the whole day, but is it reasonable to believe that? No. Based on what I know about all of the circumstances of that day, I know that my daughter took those gumdrops and ate them, and I don't need fingerprint evidence, I don't need DNA evidence, I don't need an eyewitness to know that. When the defense gets up here in a few minutes, I would ask you to remember that gingerbread house, because this case is just like that. You all know the circumstances of this case, and you all are reasonable people. So think, when they talk to you, is the story that they're going to tell reasonable? What is reasonable to believe? And we're going to talk about that when I get the chance to speak to you after the defense closing.
And she stated she will be coming back. The state, they have the burden the entire way. Get in the trial and the trial. So they get to go first and they get to go last. And I get sandwiched in the middle. Now, I just want to let you know. Together, we each had 2 hours. Judge, they mentioned we want to know we have 2 hours. What you've been talking and give you what we think the evidence shows. 10:04, my hope is that within an hour, half the time which I'm live, I believe that evidence shows. And if evidence doesn't show, in this case, think it fast and slow. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I think what this boils down to, the state wants you to think fast, think them down. It must be like this. But as Judge Johnson told you, every day, particularly she told you on Friday, that don't come to conclusions until all the evidence has been presented and you've heard the lawyers in these cases. Now I'm going to try to address about 4 things. 1, some housekeeping matters. Some nuts and bolts things that I think may help you along the way. Second, we'll address some numbers which are apparent in this case. Along the way, I noticed that there are a lot of numbers that have been thrown out in all the evidence which you've seen before. Third, there's the elephant in the room. And then finally, the boom mover, the precursor, we'll talk about embers and clothes. Housekeeping. You have it like and already. One thing. Ms. Potts said it last week. This case is not complete. There are some issues with some evidence, and then as we mentioned to you early on, this is some hard evidence to look at. Some of this is quite graphic to look at. As she mentioned, this is not complete. But one of the first things you should do is pick a 4th person. The judge And the fourth person is what? It's not the person that says, hey, this is what we're going to do. The fourth person is the project manager. Someone who helps organize and say, hey, let's look at this, step by step along the way. Trying to reach your goal. And the goal is to come to a verdict if you can. That's the goal, right? And but the second thing is the judge you want to direct you to read the indictment. It is written in legalese. It ain't easy. But you'll have it before you, 6 count. When we actually read the indictment. Then also, what we're going to have an opportunity to do is read the instructions. When this pot is done, the judge is going to give you what's called a charge. And what that is, she's going to tell you what the law is. And she's going to tell you must follow the law. She's going to tell you what the law is and what it means. That's up to you. And she's going to give each one of you individually a copy of the law. Because the law is going to direct you as to how I consider this, how I consider that. Like previously, Ms. Potts stood up and she gave you a couple of sections, a couple of tidbits with some underlines saying, hey, focus on this, focus on that. Now, some of those slides she gave you, people won't see. That is her. And she has the right to do it, giving you, I guess, her version of what it means. So as you pay particular attention, you give your hat. Read the instructions so that you make the decision is yours. And then each of you is going to get a hat. Why? Because each of you must determine for yourself. Each of you must determine as to the elements and as to the facts and bring a verdict that speaks to what you believe in your heart. And then ultimately, collectively, what the 12 you find. And let me add this. Put your questions you have in writing. And particularly, this is a four-person job, put it in writing, out the door, and we'll talk about it. The judge will make a decision, she'll tell you what to do. But one thing the judge is not going to tell you, the judge is not going to tell you what you heard. The judge is not going to tell you what you saw. The judge is not going to give you an opportunity to play all over it. No, this case extended over a weekend. But collectively, you guys have to kind of work. What did they say? What is the evidence? And then finally, what does it mean? Jury, I know it's when y'all came in on Monday, probably me and you, like all of you, were not excited. And the judge read the charges. But jury duty is a very, very important task in this society. That you have there, one lawyer, President Lincoln, his highest calling of any citizen to be a juror. And then another lawyer, Chief Judge Rehnquist, said, Justice, we can't trust lawyers and judges to administer. It's other people, it's for the people. So that's why we asked 12 of you to decide. Speak for yourselves. And of course, there's an oath, which the judge gave. And we took that oath. We took on the job of reaching and working through this case. And that's been your job for the last 4 or so days. And one thing the judge wants to say to this. It's hard. It's hard not to feel sorry for someone. Particularly someone you find themselves comfortable. It's hard. However, Judge, I'm going to tell you, not to feel sympathy from this side of the room, not to feel sympathy from that side of the room, not to feel sympathy from this side of the room. Why? Because you have a job. And you do consider the facts without favor, affection, or sympathy, anybody. That's hard. It's a job. You will get the law, and the law will take you on the side of the case. Numbers. Obviously, I'm a lawyer. Numbers is not my specialty. I went to Georgia Tech 2 years, and I'll never before they kicked me out. And I went back to Maryland, and that's where I graduated. Numbers is not my specialty. I realized that a lot of numbers came up That's where the incident occurred. 1590 Clarence Road. Stone Mountain was at Ford on Tucker. We would go out in 87. That's the coordinates for that evidence. I put a line there because actually you'll see, if you look at the attendee records, that those coordinates vary, a little bit of varying as here's Mr. Merritt moving around the house. Now, a lot of this is January 18, 2019. That's the day in which Mr. Merritt earned to that cop county case. It heard a lot about that cop county case. Aaron plea, the judge gave him 30 years or 15 years, and the restitution occurred. I think everybody's talking $500,000.
Yeah, unfortunately, this guy is so hard to hear because he's so far away from the mic. So yeah, let me fast forward through it. It's a shame, but I just, it's so hard to hear him. Right? He doesn't go near the mic at all. Yeah, now if he had turned the mic maybe towards him, we might be able to hear him, but he stands in front of the mic. The mic is facing the other way. So let's go to, let's see if Miss Potts is any better. Let's go here.
You know what's really telling about what Mr. Queen just said? He spoke for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. You know what he never mentioned in the time? Is the story his client told when he took the stand yesterday. He talked a lot about what the evidence wasn't. But the whole purpose of that was to distract you from what his client said on the stand and what the evidence is. Let me give you an example. He talked about how the Detective McQuilkin, did not testify in this case. Well, you know what a detective does? A detective doesn't create evidence, and a detective is not evidence. A detective gathers the evidence that you see in trial. Who do you think took those search warrants out to get the phone records?
What are we doing? Objection. Facts on evidence. There's no evidence about a search warrant.
Your Honor, I'm not speaking of any fact, just about how the detectives collect evidence.
All right, the jury will recall what the evidence in the case was.
How do you think we get surveillance videos? How do you think we get in touch with witnesses? Who do you think interviews them and takes their statements, which of course don't come into evidence because they're hearsay? You don't need to hear from the detective because you heard and saw the actual evidence in this case. Another distraction, whether there were footprints on the floor in the basement. Well, you saw that basement. It was pristine. In fact, one of the lies that I think the defendant told was that he lifted 3 or 4 times a week when I talked to him on cross-examination, because you saw the floor, the carpet, where that dumbbell had been sitting. It had the impressions it hadn't been moved for weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, they are all distractions, and there were plenty more. Plenty more. And you know what they are, so I'm not going to go into all of them, but I want to go into what the facts actually are in this case. Mr. Queen talked a lot about numbers. He put the slide up with all the numbers all over the place. Those numbers are evidence, and they tell a story. They tell the story of what happened the day before, the day of February 1st, 2019, and after the defendant fled from that crime scene.
and it puts the defendant at his mother's house for a period of time. And let's just go over them. First of all, we know that the defendant woke up and he left the house at 8 a.m. that morning to go to his doctor's appointment. He got to the doctor's appointment and he was quiet. Folks, he was brooding because he was thinking that he wasn't going to turn himself in that morning. He arrived back at the home at 9:38 a.m. and he had already had a discussion. It's reasonable to believe that he had already had a discussion with his mom saying, "Mom, I do not want to turn myself in." Well, clearly, based on the evidence, Shirley Merritt did not agree with this. She had his birth certificate, his paperwork out. She was making his last meal. She obviously didn't want her son to go to prison, but she wanted him to do the right thing. And the right thing was that he was going to turn himself in as ordered at the time that he entered his plea. So she wrote that text message to Mike Jeffcoat just a minute or two after her son arrived back home. And you know what's really telling about that text message? She says, "Things are not good here. He has a lot of things we need to talk about." Now, Shirley, as you heard, was an emotional person. She would have been too emotional to drive the defendants to the jail, as you heard from Jeffcoat, as you heard from Janine. Everyone believed that it was a good idea that Mike drive into town and that his wife sit with her so that she wouldn't be alone. Because they were concerned for her safety and for her driving that distance to take her son to the jail and what would happen. Now, the defendant testified yesterday. He said, yes, they did have a lot of things to look at. You know what he said those things were? He said, "We had to organize my clothes. We had to decide what of my personal items we needed to sell, or she should sell." Do you think that's the reason that Shirley sent that text message? Do you think that she called Jeffcoat off to say, because she needed to talk to the defendant about where she was going to store his clothes and his stuff? No, it's not reasonable. And that's the first part of the defendant's story that just doesn't make sense. What is reasonable to believe that happened? She probably knew that the defendant was on the fence about going to the jail that afternoon. She didn't want Jeffcoat to come because she knew that she needed to have that conversation with her son and say, "You need to do what's right." And even though Jeffcoat was a close friend and a confidant, she didn't want him to get in the way of that and be involved in that. So after that text message, the defendant leaves home. He leaves Planters Row at exactly 2:30 that afternoon. So he's there between 9:38 and 2:30. And we know that at some point during that time that Shirley started cooking lunch for the defendant, and that he took the knife out of the kitchen and that he stabbed her. That she ended up at the bottom of the stairs, and that he finished her off by bashing her head in with the dumbbell. It was during those times that the defendant killed his mother. Now, I can't say for certain what the conversation was between the two of them. And that knife just happens to be the convenient weapon that was in the kitchen where she was cooking. And she fell down the stairs, or ended up down the stairs, as he was stabbing her. He stabbed her in the jugular. She was on the ground, only had a few minutes left to live. He stabbed her in the face, and the handle broke off of that knife. He heard her moaning and just couldn't stand the sound because he had things to do. He had to take a shower. He had to pack up his toiletries. So he grabbed the convenient thing, the weight that was in the basement, and he finished her off. Folks, that is what is reasonable to believe happened in this case. I'm not saying that we have to prove all of those events, but it is a theory of the case that is reasonable. The defendant stopped at QT at 5:52 p.m. He was in Shirley's car, which he had stolen. He had her cell phone, which he likely took so that she wouldn't call 911 or wouldn't call Steve Queen, the ankle monitor person, who she had been in touch with, and he testified that she had been in touch with. He testified that they had been in touch before. The defendant is not going to turn himself in. He's trying to get as far away from the crime scene as possible because he doesn't want his mom's body to be found. So he takes that Cass Road exit at 4:12, and at 4:15 he cuts off his ankle monitor, throws it in the trash underneath a pizza box. Now, at 5:39, the police get there. There are no broken windows. There is no overturned furniture that they can see from outside. The doors are all locked because that's the way the defendant left the house that day. And then the next morning, Mike Jeffcoat drives into town and he finds Shirley's body stabbed and beaten on the bottom of the staircase. It is up to you, as Judge Johnson will explain, to determine the credibility of the witnesses. You can believe them. You can choose not to believe each of the witnesses that testified, and that includes the testimony of the defendant. And I will submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant's testimony was not believable. Judge Johnson is going to list some factors that you may consider. It's not, you can consider other factors as well, but by law, you may consider his manner of testifying. Now, this is a guy who told you about his mother being murdered by the two guys who just happened to force their way into his house. His testimony conveniently matches the crime scene photos and the evidence, which he has been in possession of for 4 years in the discovery that he received from the state. You can consider the probability or improbability of his testimony. We're going to talk about the improbability of his testimony in a few minutes, but I'm just going to submit to you. Did anything about what he said make sense? Was any of it reasonable to believe? You can consider the interest or lack of interest in the outcome. Again, that's pretty important. The defendant is facing murder charges, and he has every reason to lie to you all, the jury, who are deciding his fate. You may consider his personal credibility. I will submit to you that there is none. He admitted to lying to his clients, to deceiving his wife and family. He admitted to lying to his employers in Tennessee and to Kelly Richardson, who he said that he cared about, but I will submit to you that he was using for a place to live. He made up an entire persona for himself under the name Mick Malvo. So why would you believe him now when he has everything on the line? And finally, Judge Johnson will instruct you that you can consider whether whether the speaker, whether the person testifying has made prior convictions for crimes of dishonesty. You're going to have the indictment to which he pled guilty in Cobb County just 2 weeks before he murdered his mom, and you will see that this man is a serial liar. That story that he told you yesterday, I want to be the first to say it. Mr. Merritt, that story was BS, and we don't believe you. I am going to ask that you tell him that as well in the form of your verdict. You know, to believe Mr. Merritt's story, first of all, you would have to believe that his clients who he stole from, who he admitted were in their 60s and 70s, hired two hitmen or somehow got these two monsters to go into the house and cause some kind of havoc. It was interesting the way he described them. He said that the one was tall and thin and wearing a black thermal shirt, a pair of Dickies. And the second one was shorter and pudgy and wearing a camouflage hoodie. All I could think in my head while he was testifying was the two bad guys, the bandits from the Home Alone movie. Remember, there was Joe Pesci and the tall guy. Clearly, he hasn't been watching John Wick for him to come up with that description. And these two bandits, these two bad guys, these two monsters, they did not attack in the middle of the night, but after driving around the cul-de-sac 20 or 30 times in the weeks prior to the murder, they decided in the middle of the day, about 1 o'clock, to politely knock on the door. And then you have to believe that the defendant, after seeing them through the windows that are clearly on the side of the front door, that he opened the door for them. You would have to believe that both of the bandits had guns on them, and that they held both the defendant and Shirley Merritt up at gunpoint with guns to their backs and gave them orders, but they never shot those guns. Instead, they decided to go into the kitchen and get a chef's knife, which they used to stab not the defendant, who is the person that they were after, but Shirley, his 77-year-old mother. And they didn't use their guns to finish her off. Instead, they decided that it would be more convenient to use the dumbbell that they found in the basement. And then these two criminals, who were obviously pretty professional because they had photos of having seen the defendant's family on their phone. No, they decided that they would leave the murder weapons at the scene to be found by the police. You would have to believe, ladies and gentlemen, that these monsters, these bad guys, these bandits, after the defendant, who was the person that they were after, watched them brutally attack and kill his mother, that they said, go. Here's the princess treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, the mob does not let their witnesses go. And yet they did with not a scratch on him and a warning. Just a warning. Don't tell anyone, or else. You would have to believe that the defendant then took Shirley's car, because it was the one that was full of gas. And you know, that actually may be true. But that he took her phone because as he testified yesterday, what if they called with demands? He was going to pick it up. But just a couple of hours later, he got rid of that phone and it went off the grid. As Special Agent Bernie testified, both the defendant's phone and his mother's phone, they stopped working. They were turned off, discarded somehow. Again, to believe the defendant's story, you have to believe that this defendant was terrified for the safety of his family, so terrified that he got out of there. He left and turned himself into the jail, which would have been a safe place for him to go, even though he passed the exit where his son's school was. And even though he passed the exit where his wife's practice, veterinarian practice was, he never took those exits to go give his family a warning. He never called police. He never called any friends to tell them, listen, my family is in danger. Please do something. And then you have to believe that even though the defendant was terrified about what he had just seen, that he stopped at a QT about 30 minutes later. He pumped some gas. He was there for 7 minutes, and he bought water and a candy bar. What about his statement was reasonable? You know, the law states that to convict on circumstantial evidence, the evidence as shown must exclude every other reasonable theory. Every other reasonable theory. Well, you have a theory. It's the defendant's theory. But not a single thing about it is reasonable, because not a single thing about it is true. The law does not require you to think up theories in your mind that could have possibly, maybe happened. You are allowed to convict on the state's evidence. You know, I have 2 hours to speak, and I am tempted to stay here all day because there is a lot that I can say. But y'all are intelligent people, and you all know what the reality is based on what we presented to you for the past several days. You can see the obvious, and you all are allowed to convict based on that, based on what's right in front of your face. I'm a mom. I know that many of you are parents as well. And I truly, truly believe that a good mom like Shirley Merritt, a good mom's love is going to transcend anything. It's going to transcend lies. It's going to transcend deceit. It's going to transcend the horrible acts of her spoiled brat child. But that doesn't mean that Shirley doesn't deserve justice here on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here over the past several days. I would ask that you go back into the jury room, look at the facts before your eyes, and convict based on those during patient crime.
Thank you, Ms. Pott.
All right, so that is closings on both sides. Defense, it's hard to hear defense, so unfortunately we skipped over the defense. Oops, wait, hold on, let me turn this up a little bit. We skipped over defense a little bit there. He just was hard to hear, right? He was near the mic. So, all right. So I read a couple reports on how long it took for the jury to come back, and some are saying less than an hour, some are saying 90 minutes. The most that I found were 90 minutes. The most that I found. So I'm going to go with 90 minutes. Took them 90 minutes. So here's the verdict. And what do you guys think? We've got, we have a poll going. Where do you guys stand? Do you believe Richard's testimony? 5% said 100%, oh yeah. 2% said it was pretty strong. 6% said, he was flopping around. And 88% said, no way, he's toast. All right. You got a little bit, we'll give you a few more minutes to vote. And let me, as I queue up the verdict.
You all may be seated.
All right, here we go. Verdict time.
As of count 5, aggravated assault, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 6, possession of knife during commission of a felony, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. This 24th day of May, 2023.
And is it signed and dated by you as foreperson?
Correct.
If you'll give the verdict form to the deputy. Deputy, if you'll give the verdict form to the attorneys. Any objection to the form of the verdict from the state? No, Your Honor. From the defense? No, Your Honor. Are there any matters for the court to take up prior to excusing the jury panel?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are discharged as our jury. You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. You are discharged as our jury. I want to thank you all for your work during the course of the trial and your time and patience with us. I would like to speak with you just briefly before you excuse for the day. The instruction that I gave you about not talking about the case no longer applies at this point, so you're free to talk to whoever you choose to about the case. Sometimes the attorneys may want to talk with you about your decision to see how you came to your decision. If you want to talk to them, you can. If you don't want to, you're not obligated to do so. You're not obligated to speak to anyone that you don't choose to about your verdict and how you came to the verdict in the case. All right. Thank you very much. If you'll retire to the jury room. I'm going to go speak with the jury before they're released, and then I'll come back and we'll proceed to sentencing.
So they're going to proceed to sentencing straight away. Interesting. Let me turn the light on. Here, hold on. So they're going to proceed to sentencing right away, which we will get to. So now we know. And now I can say, yes, I have sentencing. So I will play that. But watch out, Super Bowl. Nope, sit on me. Come on. Keep it moving. Keep it moving, kid. All right. Hey, don't bite me. Serious? All right. I have a news clip to play, and then we'll get to his sentencing.
Disbarred, DeKalb County lawyer Richard. Disbarred, DeKalb County lawyer Richard Merritt has been found guilty of killing his mother. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Courtney Bryant. The verdicts against Merritt came down after just an hour of deliberation. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor was in the courtroom when those verdicts were read. She joins us live tonight. Angelique, we are now hearing from Merritt.
That's right, Courtney. The road has finally ended for this disbarred attorney and now convicted murderer Richard Merritt, and what a rocky road it has been. A jury decided Merritt killed his 77-year-old mother, Shirley, then took off in her car to start a new life in Nashville. A judge sentenced Merritt to life in prison without parole plus 5 years. The disgraced attorney took the stand during his sentencing hearing and said he was motivated by money and made bad choices. We also caught up with Merritt's attorney.
I had, as I said, a beautiful family, beautiful children, a beautiful wife inside.
Oh, wait a minute. So that's after sentencing. I thought that was after. I don't want to play that. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. All right. I thought that was after the verdict, but that was after sentencing. So I'll save that for let's watch the sentencing first, and then we can get to that. I thought that was between. That's my bad. Let me get to there. We can watch that after sentencing. Don't want to start there.
You shall give in the case now pending before this.
Okay, let's get here. Then we can watch that.
Court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Mr. Merritt, before you say anything, I want to make sure that you understand that you do have the right to appeal your conviction in this case. I am going to give you some more instructions about your appeal rights once we've concluded with the sentencing hearing. But I'm sure that Mr. Queen has discussed this with you, but I do want to make sure that I reiterate that to you for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I realize that words aren't going to adequately convey what has occurred throughout the past week and the previous several years. I was raised right by two very good people, beautiful people, my mother and father. I had a beautiful family that I've lost. I've long since lost them. I've lost them in the Cobb County case. Things were never the same after the arrest. I had, as I said, a beautiful family, beautiful children, a beautiful wife, inside and out, all of them. The world was truly our oyster, and I blew it. I just fell victim to the ultimate drug there is, and that's the green drug money, and it led to just bad behavior and bad choices. And my life spiraled out of control, and I couldn't get it back. I am immensely sorry for the pain that this entire process has caused. I realize it's been very uncomfortable for my family, those who used to be my friends, extended family, everybody who ever cared about me. And I was blessed to have a lot of people that did. And most of them are gone now. Maybe they'll come back in my life one day. I don't know. I have to earn that back somehow. I accept the court's sentence, whatever it may be. I respect, despite how poorly I treated the profession I was so lucky to be a part of. I respect the system. I respect justice and the jury's verdict. I certainly understand my rights of appeal and will pursue that accordingly, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. We all wish things could be different, but I can't go back and change anything. As I said, it's a very surreal experience to be sitting here, and words aren't going to do any good. And I just want my family to know, as I sit here now, that I wish none of us had to go through it and endure the pain of this entire ordeal. And I hope that one day, when they're ready, if they're ready, that I'd be blessed to have them in some form in my life. I have not had a single interaction with either one of my children since being arrested in Nashville. I have no idea what their lives are like. I really have no idea what they look like, what their day-to-day life is like. And I know it's hard for a lot of people to believe this, but I do love them more than anything, and I miss them terribly. I'm not trying to interfere in their lives, and certainly that being a part of it's a little bit difficult in prison. I've been in prison now 2.5 years. Before that, I was stuck in DeKalb County 14 months in COVID, so I've been incarcerated almost 4 years. I know how hard it is, and I know how it changes people. Nevertheless, I'm going to try to be a better person and realize that life is a blessing, whatever form it may take, even a very difficult situation such as what I'm facing right now. I appreciate the court's time.
Mr. Queen.
You already heard Mr. Merritt's long, tragic fall. Your Honor, we simply ask the court for a sentence of life with the possibility of parole. We know counts 2, 3, 4, 5, either merge or vacate, and we ask the court to sentence Mr. Merritt to 5 years to be suspended consecutively on count 6. Thank you.
Counts 2 and 3 will be vacated as a matter of law. Counts 4 and 5 will merge with count 1. As to count 6, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, I do sentence you to 5 years to serve consecutive to the sentence in count 1 for a total sentence of life without parole plus 5 years. I will give you credit for the time that you served from September 30th of 2019 to the present. And Mr. Merritt, as I indicated previously, you are entitled to appeal your conviction in this case. You have 30 days from today's date to file your notice of appeal to preserve your appeal rights. Mr. Queen, can you assist him with doing that?
We'll take care of it, Judge.
All right. Mr. Merritt, do you have any questions about your appeal rights?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you'll have a seat.
Your Honor, we did have one request of the court.
Yes.
We prepared an order to have Mr. Merritt transported as soon as possible. I'm not sure if you want it sent to your staff or placed in the queue.
If you send it through the queue, it'll be sent directly to the sheriff's office, so that's the fastest way.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. I'm going to sign the sentence and then you all can be excused.
Okay, so what they did is they put the victim impact statements after, which makes sense. They didn't put it with this. So hold on, I found them. I found victim impact statements. So it looks like there's only 2. So We can play those. Let me get you there. Yeah, I'm like, where's the victim impact statement? So they came right after they found him guilty, and then wait, hold on. Right after they found him guilty, and then I guess they took a break. Oh, hold on. Come on. Then they took the break, and I got the wrong... Well, I didn't get the wrong one, but I didn't get the complete one. Okay.
Verdicts on all counts. This will...
All right, we'll go back a little bit here.
All right, this will be the sentencing hearing for 21 CR 2140, State of Georgia versus Richard Vincent Merritt. Mr. Merritt, if you'll please stand. Mr. Merritt, you were charged in this indictment with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and 1 count of possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. The jury has just returned guilty verdicts on all counts. This will be the sentencing hearing for your case. I will hear from the state any evidence that they wish to present in aggravation and their recommendation for sentencing. And then I will hear from your attorney in any evidence that you wish to present in mitigation. Thank you. Ms. Pott?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, this is case number 19 CR 2140. The case number that you read was backwards. Your Honor, Mike Jeffcoat would like to address the court. Would you like to hear from him now?
If that's how you want to proceed, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Jeffcoat, can I get you to raise your right hand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Mike Jeffcoat, Jefcoat.
Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I'd like to commend Your Honor on the job you've done on this trial. I think you've been very fair to both parties, and it's good to see this kind of justice being administered in such an even-handed way. I want to thank Helen Pott for the outstanding job she's done on the prosecution, and believe it or not, I also would like to thank Mr. Queen for his job as a public defender. Sometimes you can be the bad guy or be perceived as the bad guy. I understand from my point of view you're a necessary evil, but you're also promoting the cause of justice, and I appreciate that. Shirley Merritt was an absolutely wonderful person. She was a joy to be around. She was a very giving and loving person, and a great person was murdered by her own son. All this started almost 5 or 6 years ago now, when Richard was first arrested for stealing from clients, mostly elderly clients, and he showed then he had no compunction about doing anything. When it came time for him to go to prison, he couldn't stand the idea of somebody with an ego as big as his being sent to prison, and the court has convicted him of murdering his mother, cutting off his ankle bracelet, running to Nashville, getting on a website and dating a woman and living with her under a complete and utter pretext. His whole life has been a pretext, and I just want the court to know what an evil person he is in the eyes of his family. Everybody in the family has been impacted by this. Everybody's been impacted by the death of Shirley. We miss her still every day, and I want him to understand that and the court to understand that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, as the court saw, this was a brutal, violent crime at the hands of Richard Merritt committed upon his 77-year-old mother in her own home. As Mr. Jeffcoat just said, he then went on and lived a lie and caused a nationwide manhunt for 8 months. The state is asking, as to count 1, malice murder, for a sentence of life without parole. Count 2 and count 3 are felony murder. They would be vacated by operation of law. Counts 4 and counts 5 are both aggravated assault. They would merge with count 1. And as to count 6, which is possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, the state would ask for the required sentence of 5 years to serve to run consecutively to count 1, for a total sentence of life without parole plus 5 years to serve. I have spoken to various members of Shirley Merritt's family. They agree that this is an appropriate sentence, as Mr. Jeffcoat just explained. They do not wish to speak at this time. Specifically, Rob Merritt, who has been present during the entirety of this trial. He is Shirley Merritt's older son, and he agrees that this is a reasonable outcome for the case. However, he does not wish to address the court today. So that is how I would ask the court to sentence the defendant.
And he's entitled to credit from what day?
He was arrested on September 30th of 2019.
Mr. Queen.
No, Mr. Mayor, wish to address the court this time. Seated, standing, here, there, inside.
Why don't you pull the microphone closer to him and turn it on? Mr. Merritt, I do need to swear you in. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the evidence you shall give in the case now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Mr. Merritt, before you say anything, I want to make sure that you understand that you do have the right to appeal your conviction in this case. I am going to give you some more instructions about your appeal rights once we've concluded with the sentencing hearing. But I'm sure that Mr. Queen has discussed this with you, but I do want to make sure that I reiterate that to you for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I realize that words aren't going to adequately convey what has occurred throughout the past week and the previous several years. I was raised right by two very good people, beautiful people, my mother and father. I had a beautiful family that I've lost. I've long since lost them. I've lost them in the Cobb County case. Things were never the same after the arrest. I had, as I said, a beautiful family, beautiful children, a beautiful wife, inside and out, all of them. The world was truly our oyster, and I blew it. I just fell victim to the ultimate drug there is, and that's the green drug money. And it led to just bad behavior and bad choices. And my life spiraled out of control, and I couldn't get it back. I am immensely sorry for the pain that this entire process has caused. I realize it's been very uncomfortable for my family, those who used to be my friends, extended family, everybody who ever cared about me. And I was blessed to have a lot of people that did. And most of them are gone now. Maybe they'll come back in my life one day. I don't know. I have to earn that back somehow. I accept the court's sentence, whatever it may be. I respect, despite how poorly I treated the profession I was so lucky to be a part of. I respect the system. I respect justice and the jury's verdict. I certainly understand my rights of appeal and will pursue that accordingly, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. We all wish things could be different, but I can't go back and change anything. As I said, it's a very surreal experience to be sitting here, and words aren't going to do any good. And I just want my family to know, as I sit here now, that I wish none of us had to go through it and endure the pain of this entire ordeal. And I hope that one day, when they're ready, if they're ready, that I'd be blessed to have them in some form in my life. I have not had a single interaction with either one of my children since being arrested in Nashville. I have no idea what their lives are like. I really have no idea what they look like, what their day-to-day life is like. And I know it's hard for a lot of people to believe this, but I do love them more than anything, and I miss them terribly. I'm not trying to interfere in their lives, and certainly that being a part of it's a little bit difficult in prison. I've been in prison now 2.5 years. Before that, I was stuck in DeKalb County 14 months in COVID, so I've been incarcerated almost 4 years. I know how hard it is, and I know how it changes people. Nevertheless, I'm going to try to be a better person and realize that life is a blessing, whatever form it may take, even a very difficult situation such as what I'm facing right now. I appreciate the court's time.
All right, I did not hear anything about his brother passing away. See, he said he's lost a lot of people, but I think that means, they've gone away. I think that's the way I interpreted that. So I did not hear anything about his brother passing away. All right, I got 2 more things to play real quick. 2 minutes, and both of them are 2 minutes. Excuse me. So this is that news clip that I played earlier.
Disbarred DeKalb County law.
But now that so this is after sentencing. Okay.
Disbarred DeKalb County lawyer Richard Merritt has been found guilty of killing his mother. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Courtney Bryant. The verdicts against Merritt came down after just an hour of deliberation. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor was in the courtroom when those verdicts were read. She joins us live tonight. Angelique, we are now hearing from Merritt.
That's right, Courtney. The road has finally ended for this disbarred attorney and now convicted murderer Richard Merritt, and what a rocky road it has been. A jury decided Merritt killed his 77-year-old mother, Shirley, then took off in her car to start a new life in Nashville. A judge sentenced Merritt to life in prison without parole plus 5 years. The disgraced attorney took the stand during his sentencing hearing and said he was motivated by money and made bad choices. We also caught up with Merritt's attorney.
I had, as I said, a beautiful family, beautiful children, a beautiful wife, inside and out, all of them. The world was truly our oyster, and I blew it. I just fell victim to the ultimate drug there is, and that's the green drug money, and it led to just bad behavior and bad choices.
Were you surprised by this verdict?
No, ma'am.
Why you say that?
The evidence it spoke for itself. And he made a statement. The jury rejected his statement. And obviously that's what we have.
Mr. Queen, thank you.
So Merritt's attorney was not surprised by these verdicts. Coming up at 6 o'clock, we'll hear from Merritt's older brother, Rob, who will talk about the impact that this case has had on their family. We are live from the DeKalb County Courthouse. Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, a lot of people watching this trial. Angelique, thanks for the latest on the verdict.
Shoot, that's the one I wanted to show. I couldn't find that one where his brother talks. Couldn't find that one. All right, so here's the last clip I'm going to play, and then we'll call it a night. This one's 1:50. So this is his wife, but this is his wife speaking after he was arrested. So I think she took the stand.
This is a photo of Rich.
So this is after he was arrested.
This is a photo of Richard Merritt that U.S. Marshals took when they arrested him. He was convicted in January of 2019 of theft and elder exploitation charges. He was supposed to turn himself in, but instead he took off.
My biggest source of joy right now is that people can maybe see me and my children without talking about this.
Janine Minicozy was married to Richard Merritt for 19 years. They divorced in June of 2018. She says she had no idea he was stealing money from people.
No idea whatsoever. He had a total double life.
He was disbarred, then arrested in January.
I couldn't believe how he hurt those people.
When he never turned himself in, his ex-wife and children were scared for their lives.
He knew where we lived. He knew where my office was. He knew my work schedule. He knew where to find me and the children every hour of every day.
They became even more alarmed after his mother was found stabbed to death inside of her Stone Mountain home, and he was named a suspect.
I never thought that he would do anything physical, anything, much less commit murder. Always in the back of our mind was the nagging feeling that he was going to turn up, and now we knew he was dangerous. We knew what he was capable of. We were scared.
Merritt was captured in Nashville Monday at a thrift store after police located his mother's car there.
I was in shock. I started screaming. I just couldn't believe it. I was so excited. It seemed like it wasn't real.
Minicozy says they hope he goes away for the rest of his life, as this has been very difficult for their family, especially Merritt's only son.
Now he looks at the pictures and says, I can't believe this is my dad.
Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
All right, so that's that, you guys. The next Ego is going to be tomorrow, Red Snap, because next week, actually, we're going to be showing Egos until Brian Walsh, if you can believe that. Because next week is Thanksgiving. There's really going to be no trials next week. So we're going to be showing an Ego Takes the Stand tomorrow, which is Friday. Then we're going to show Ego Takes the Stand all next week, except Thursday. We'll take off Thursday. Wednesday night, I'm going to have my high school buddies on like I did last year. So that'll be fun. We'll do that again for you guys. And that's about it. So you're going to see nothing but the Ego Takes the Stand for the next little bit of time. And then Brian Walsh starts December 1st. So we're going to do a deep dive on Brian Walsh. We'll do that the Sunday before, which is going to be, I think, the 30th, right? So November 30th. So that's kind of what we have planned. So tomorrow we're going to do Alicia Andrews. She's from the Julio Fulio case. Florida PI Sam is involved with that. So we're going to be, that's coming up in April. But Alicia Andrews was on the stand. She She took the stand Halloween, like right before Halloween. So we're going to do her. We're going to do her ego tomorrow. Then, we have sentencing. We have a sentencing from Matthew Lance tomorrow. Don't forget about that. So Matthew Lance sentencing tomorrow. Alicia Andrews takes the stand tomorrow afternoon. I'm not going to tell you what Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are, or Friday are. I'm going to keep that a secret for now until we get it published. I'm going to keep that a secret for now. And then December 1st, the following Monday, we got Brian Walsh. So we got a lot of really good things set up for you guys coming up. So all that being said, thank you so much for being with us today. We really, really do appreciate you guys spending your day with us. We had a full day today. Tomorrow, we have a full day tomorrow as well. Matthew Lance sentencing, followed by Alicia Andrews, ego takes the stand. That trial was pretty bonkers, you guys. I saw little bits and pieces of it here and there. It was really, really bonkers. Florida PI Sam did a whole show on the judge being biased to the defense attorney. So it was pretty amazing, and not in a good way either. Lots of fireworks. So thank you for joining us today. Please join us tomorrow. Please drop comments if you don't mind. Make sure that you have your notifications on, because when we go live, you'll get a notification. And if not, you can check out our social media. We try to post what we're doing for the next day, if not 2 days in advance. So all that being said, again, thank you for joining us. Thank you, mods, for being with us and taking care of our chat. And thank you, Erin, for creating the fantastic graphics. She did the Ego Takes the Stand logo, and she created all the graphics. So awesome job for Erin. So, Aussie, I was going to try and provide you proof of life for Riker. Riker, I'm not sure where she is right now, but I got Super Ball. Super Ball's right here, being all sassy as always. I got little Roger Federer over here. What's up, Feder Cheddar? Hey, buddy. All right. With that, have a good night. We will see you guys tomorrow at 9:45 for Matthew Lance. Until then, take care of yourselves, and we will see you then. Bye.